Hi there. So today I had a scare shortly before I started streaming where as I tried to turn on my headset it would make a popping sound and not connect to my PC, so I thought it was buzz for a moment. But trying it again once or twice made it work as normal. So I'm fine for today, but I'm worried about this, a bit worried about the headset now. Last time I played the new DLC for Digimon Story Time Stranger, and that was my last stream of that game for the time being. Until the next DLC comes out, whenever that happens. And I am starting a brand new game today. Hi there, Knight. Nice to see you. Quote unquote, do you love football in Inazuma 11 opening? Funny you should say that because this game does have an opening cinematic. In fact, I am about to play it. I usually have audio issues with a new game, so as always let me know if you think the volume is too low or too high, or if there is any other problem. So this is not my first time launching this game. In fact, I played quite a lot since it came out. I just did not touch the story mode, which is the main attraction in this what I'm going to be streaming. I feel like every Inazuma game has its own opening, that's true. And back in the day, they would make it 2, sometimes 3 versions of the same game like Pokemon does. And every version of the same game would have a completely different opening, like both the song and the cinematic were different. And then some of the opening songs would be reused in the anime. Hi there, Kira. Also, most of the time, the series would get a game before it got an anime season telling the same story. In the case of this game, I don't think there are any plans to turn it into an anime, it's just an original story for this game. And this is Inazuma 11 Victory Road, a game that some you didn't follow its development cycle. It's like it's been as bad as Hollow Knight Silksong or Metroid Prime 4, possibly worse. The very first incarnation of this game was supposed to come out back in, I think, 2018. Anyway, as I said, the first option in the menu is the story mode, which is what I will start today. It has several other modes that I have played a lot. The first thing the game prompts you to do when you start a new file is to create your avatar. And I've done that already, but I wanted to just show off the avatar for a bit. I mean the avatar creator. 7 years, and at least once the game was basically completely redone. Like starting from scratch, which I think also happened to Metroid Prime 4. This is the avatar editor. The first thing you may ask is, Yuki, why is your avatar a girl? And the answer is not a girl. Instead of gender, the game has something called style, which just defines your character's body type. And in my case, as I want to make a very effeminate character effeminate male character that is, who's supposed to be leaner and more petite than the average male, then the average male body doesn't really represent him well. Which is why I'm going with the girly style. And that's the same in the Japanese script, in case you're wondering. They really managed to get Alpha out and something, and quite a lot of fanboys in the cast of characters into this game. So the trailers boast that this game has about 5,400 characters. I don't think they're all in the game yet, because the game is basically not complete yet. There's still several batches of characters that they have to include, but the current number is already in the thousands. And I can get into that later. moving on, you have several options of body type for both styles. You can change their size. And if your character is a girl, you can change her chest size. Oh, the face part. Since everybody's going to be wearing an uniform, your face is basically your entire character. And there's a lot that you can customize. I was surprised to find that I can make a hairstyle that's pretty close to my own by combining this Hime cut style bangs with this back here. It even imitates the thing on my hair that it kind of defies gravity. It has this sweeping kind of shape. If you look at my model and at the avatar, you can see they look very similar. There's a Fox fanboy from one of the games who's into card games. That's Sugoi Atari is his name, and I had him on my team in this game for a while. I can show him off after this. The only thing I wish this menu had was the option to place an accessory in your hair. There's this one hairstyle that has a bow on the back, but it's attached to this hairstyle specifically. If I could attach to this one and make it pink, it could more or less represent my wings. As it is now, he has to go without them, which looks kinda cursed, but what can you do? Lots and lots of eye options. You can even make your two eyes different colors if you want. I went for something that would look more like the eyes that Soyogi, who's my character artist, draws. So his eyes actually have two colors each. It's one darker shade on the top and a lighter shade on the bottom, to kind of imitate the shading on my model's eyes. You can change your nose, mouth, eyebrows, ears, and there's some kind of facial marks and accessories you can put, but I didn't use any of them. You can even change some of how your character wears their uniform. You can have, for example, a high collar. If your character uses the boyish body type, they can pull up their sleeves. If it's the girlish body type, they can tie their shirt like this. And both body types can wear an oversized shirt. And here's where you set your gameplay stats. The game has 4 elements, one for that the character can have. I actually want my character to be fire element, because whenever I insert myself into some RPG system, I usually go for fire element. But his current moveset that I'm using has a lot of wind type moves. This game, I believe, does have stab like in Pokemon, where if a character uses a skill of the same elements as themselves, the skill is stronger. So he's wind for timing, but I'd like to make him fire eventually. You can change that at any time. He's a forward as his main position. He can act as a defender, as you can set 2 positions. And this is where you set your character's archetype. As a general rule, you want to make a team where everybody has the same archetype. The one I choose is Justice, which the way it basically works is you have a stat buff at the start. You lose stat buff if you ever incur a foul. So this archetype locks you out of doing certain actions that could incur a foul. You can change their personality, but I wonder if this is broken, because I've played around with this and never noticed any change to the character itself. It says it affects their poses and ghost celebrations, but I never noticed any change. There's several voice options between boyish or girly and several like tones of voice. And that's about it for the avatar creator. I also have a thing, but you use the thing for everything except the story mode, so while I have a thing of my own, I won't have access to this in the story mode I'm about to play. And as you can see, it's very developed already with everybody on level 99. And this is the screen where you set up your thing. You can have up to 10 different things at a time. The game does have a shockingly huge load of characters. Like, I have over 1,000 and I don't think it's even half of the ones already in the game. I'll try to find the one that Knight was talking about. He's from Inazuma 11 Go. Also, these tabs on the top is basically the season/games of origin of each character. That's all they're sorted out. Oh, there he is. When I played the 3DS game where this character debuted in, I had him on my main team for the entire main story. He originates from the card game. But what I thought was a bummer is that they did not carry over his original special skills. He used to have a skill themed after the card game. But that wasn't included in this game, he has more generic skills now. Is this the right one? Yeah. The glasses guy was horrible but was spotted in one episode. Went to the hospital by blocking a goal with his head. That episode is actually reflected in this game. There's like a good time to explain this actually. Chronicle mode is the one I'm not going to be streaming. But in this mode you play through several matches which represent all the matches that happen in the anime and the games for that matter. You'll see like very condensed visual novel like versions of the story sequences and to play the match. You have to play each match at least twice, once as a season, for example. First to play the story match, like what canonically happened. Then you have to play against the same team using your own original team. Like such. Now I think there's nothing else I wanted to show now before starting the story mode. When the stream is like 20 or so minutes from ending, I would like to switch to Chronicle mode and play at least one match with my own team so you can see how it is in action. But for now we are starting this story mode. And to reiterate, I have touched this until today. It's so funny that Feirone, even wearing a fancy suit, is clearly a fanboy. Well, I love that also you can have your characters wear suits because there is one thing that uses suits as their uniform. And I think I have it unlocked. Yeah, right here. A lot of people use this uniform online. Start a new game. I wonder if this is going to wait until I read it out. Step into the shoes of Uma Sasudame and face football head on. I mean to become Japan's best. Early on, you want to play much football, which well, that's some foreshadowing right there. But you experience building your football club from scratch alongside him. As the story progresses, football systems will gradually unlock, letting you take full control of your team. So I've seen some people play portions of the story mode and I'm well aware that it has a very slow start. The game has a pretty great football game system, but the story mode holds it back for a very long time for some reason. Also, you'll see that most of the characters will have their original Japanese names, because that's an optional in past games. If you play the localized versions, all the characters will be renamed to have Western sounding names, which I found very awkward. It's like what the Ace Attorney games used to do.
フットボールフロンティアの前哨戦ともいえる本大会ですが、不動の王者ライモン中が今年も大会を制するのか注目ですね。そうですね。北洋学園も九州の強豪としてめきめきと実力を伸ばしていますからね。お、選手たちが出てきましたよ。
I did play the Wii games, the last one at least. I would say this is very different. Also, I'm gonna try to hide it. If my model freaks out for a second, that's fine.
Soramiya, ライモンはどうだ
っていうか最強の敵ってなんか無性に上がりますよね。
ああ、今日ここで時代を変えるぞ。
And I thought this game is going to have a lot of anime cutscenes. And I forgot what was the name of the studio that made those. I could quickly look it up. But I'm afraid that if I press a button, it's gonna skip the cutscene.
今回の作戦はどのように
LEVEL5 is the developer of this game. They also made the Yokai Watch and the Professor Layton.
注目の大型新人どう動くのかな
Endo. Oh, that was it. Studio Mappa. Now I should try to remember what else they did. As in which actual anime they produced.
すみません。お前声でけえよ。そっちこそ。でもやっぱすげえよライモン。あと遠藤、マジやばいって。今年のフットボールフロンティアもライモンで決まりだね。
And I guess that because this game is going to have a very slow start with not too much gameplay, I expect. The first couple scenes of this will be more of an anime watch along.
できるならサッカーには消えてほしい。この世界から。
There is a lot of fanboys. You can easily make at least one full fanboy thing, is that maybe the goal here? You can very easily make a full fanboy team. I'm pretty sure you can make multiple of them, including the goalkeeper. Also, I should mention,
少し歩いて 雰囲気を見てみるかな。
And this is kind of a weird fact, but I have an encyclopedic knowledge about Inazuma Eleven. I wouldn't even call myself a die-hard fan or anything. I think I just absorbed so much of it from playing a lot of the games. Like, I could probably come up with a full fanboy thing on my head right now, without having to look up in the list of characters in the game.
これはボール？こんなもの。
We can find the blue footballs around the map. Kick one by pressing A. When it stops, it throws an item at that spot. So I'll just kick it. Seems like it doesn't matter where it actually hits. So this map is very vaguely reminding me of Ni no Kuni, which, but that's because Level 5 also made that game. It's a very pretty art style. Yagyu's ears look amazing today as always. One day I'll muster the courage to make eye contact. With his sight, he stands out no matter where he goes. With that fancy background, it's like the whole world's his playground. Can't remember anything by goalies, but I may have just missed him. I know there's cute by goalies, but that's it as I remember. There is one I can think of. I guess you can argue whether he counts as fanboy or not, because he does have a taller body type, but he does have very long hair. I can show him later as well. Also, there are tons and tons of characters that never show up in the anime because they are exclusive to the games. So you could probably find someone like that in the middle of them.
君学校今日からなの？さてはこの学校の評判を聞きつけて慌てて編入してきたんだな。
Right up for school's track record and enroll last minute. Now that either means this is a really good or really bad school. Acquire information by talking to NPCs or investigating points of interest. I'll store in the intelligence bookmark section of the menu. Good time to look at that, because I've never dabbled in this before. Oh, there's an in-game encyclopedia, kind of. Nagohara is one of Kyosho's top preparatory schools, so it's a really good one. Sports clubs regularly perform well at tournaments. Looks like Pinterest is kinda does. So I think it's supposed to mimic Google Images because of the Inazugo logo over there. Like when you use Google Images on your cell phone.
南雲原中といえばやっぱ野球部かな。最近じゃ
Best
将
known for
来
its
的に
baseball
甲子
team.
園を目指したい野球小僧たちが押し寄せてるぜ。
This gets me I think called love, whatever that's for.
待て。
You have a very deep voice for a high schooler. Also, I should be going after the ones that have this thunder icon on their heads.
ああ。南雲原にはサッカー部はない。
Yeah, football clubs fun.
全国的にはサッカーは人気かもしれないが、俺は別に興味ないし、
Maybe popular across the country, but personally I couldn't care less. His face is all compressed in the middle. So the faces of characters in this game are completely 2D, so they don't have like their nose or eyes sticking out for most parts, so a lot of them don't look very flattering from the side. Like they're just a head and their facial features, like their eyes and mouths are show the images. Certainly known for having vastly different body types, it's kinda interesting. Which I think is one of this IP's strongest suits. Because whoever made the character designs knew that because everybody will be wearing the same football jersey, you really have to bank on their body types and their faces to be able to tell them apart. As we meet the main cast and see the main football team, you'll see that the character design is pretty stellar. As was that blue thing? Data module. Special objects as you discover new things. Keywords are added to your intelligence bookmarks. Okay, so you gather information by talking to people and examining things. This looks like something for a detective game. Like if Face Attorney had 3D gameplay, it would go something like this. This guy gave me love. Also, I'm supposed to go to the pause menu, I think. And just go here and click check on everything. For some reason, the club was disbanded. Guess Gamey wants you to go to the menu to read all of the entries.
校舎は比較的新しく、清潔で好印象。生徒の風紀も悪くない。学校の雰囲気はデータ通り。
Also, I read that despite how long it's been in development, this game is supposed to take place in like current year. I wonder how that's going to reflect in the story and the world building.
とはいかないか。2年の問題児、桜崎昌司。時代を錯誤した不良。SNS でもクズと叩かれている。
Even gets trashed on social media, oh no.
どんな学校にも一つや二つ問題はある。それでも、ここは僕にとっていい学校なんだ。なぜならここには、サッカー部がないから。
But why does he hate football?
学校に着いたら先生に会いに行くんだったな。
He was definitely born in the wrong franchise. Go to your homeroom, wanna dash a. You can't talk to everybody. I forgot my textbook, I'll borrow someone else's. Been building, bulking up to attract new recruits, even under the uniform, pure physique perfection. Wait, what? story battles. I've watched Orion, but Lee how it's cool, cause it was like an assistant to the coach and wore like a full head mask. So that's... I said I have encyclopedic knowledge, but that's my two main gaps. I did not watch how Faris or Orion did last 2 seasons of the anime. But I am aware of the general plot, and I knew about Lee how that Inyaris is the assistant of the coach. He wears that weird mask. Then in Orion he plays for the Chinese national team and he's really good. And I believe he's a defender. Also, I had to read this. I'll tweet in the recommend one who stands in your way. That's how we battle this time. Pay attention to their hands. Select the rock, paper, scissors command that beats their selected command. You can use items with RB. You have a battle system.
勧誘ならお断りします。急いでるので道を開けてください。
And seems like you have to see what hand they're playing, rock, paper, scissors, and choose one that beats them. Healthy body, healthy mind. I could never compete.
僕には無理です。
Paper, refuse. My head, my weakest link.
お断りします。僕には無理です。
I think I'll need to recover. But I can't. Also, there is an option on the bottom there, which I think is tied to that tension bar on the top left.
これは提案ですが。
Here is a suggestion. Try working out your mind too. And he's dead.
何だったんだ一体。
Yeah, very strange. It's the framing is a bit like Yokai Watch, but the system is totally different. This reminds me of a game called Kenka Bancho, which I think is for the PSP. In that game, you play as a street thug and fight other street thugs. But before every fight, you have basically a roast battle with your opponent. You have to form up an insult by matching phrases together. And if you insult them hard enough, you skip the battle entirely, like they concede just for your verbal abuse. Why do my schoolmates have a battle icons on top of them? Time for a dress code check. That's explaining this super attack I just did.
その制服の着方指導対象だボタンは全部閉めろ
Wonder if there's any way to speed this up, because
そのジャケット改造しただろ
違反じゃありません
at least for now it's very much like no, there's no strategy involved. You just pick whatever beats their option. Like say fit this square into this square shaped fold kind of battle system. Also I have to heal, and I think I want to be able to do it in time. I suggest doing as many of these as you can.
心の乱れだ
I have seen them from other people playing as well, and I really don't think this is going to grow me.
どこが違反なんですか
So I would be more inclined to avoid them, but I'll see if there's at least a way to speed them up. I am different.
僕はあなたのようなモブにはならない
That doesn't cancel out his super move,
違反じゃありません
今日のところはそこまではしない
nor is it a one shot which I thought it would be.
違反じゃありません
今日は見逃してやるが南雲原の生徒として自覚を持てよ
You get really hard really quickly in the demo. We'll see about that. I wonder what you can add on top of this system. Do you like introduce more hand gestures to the rock paper scissors? Have you seen that one image of a rock paper scissors game with like dozens of different gestures that beat each other? Auto battle speed in RPG battles, so there's going to be an auto mode eventually. And it can speed that up, but not when you are controlling it. What happens if I kick the bot somebody? I didn't aim it right. Yeah, that's a very nice looking school building.
ちょっと学校内を見てたら遅くなって
Oh, you're late for your first day of school. That's such a protagonist
じゃあ
thing.
これからクラスのみんなに紹介するね笹波くんはご両親の都合で数日
Do you
遅れ
sit
ての
by the
入学に
window
な
also?
りました
笹波運命ですよろしくお願いします
運命と運命的な出会いってわけだなこんな運命話はねえぞ
Now, how did this guy get past the NPC that's trying to bar people because of the dress code?
俺は木曽路平太みんなにはソジって呼ばれてるよろしくな
さっきの全然面白くなかった
おう
I thought you'd like do the scissor hand to beat his paper hand
よ
with how things have been
暗い
going.
よお前一緒にゲーセンでも寄ってくか
禁止されてるだろ
じゃあどこ行きたいお前この町来たばっかだろ俺が案内してやるよ
街のデータなら全て頭に入ってる多分君よりもねこの周辺に僕が今行きたいところはない
No particular location I should
デ
visit.
ータって
Oh, you're not curious about the city you just moved into?
きたー攻略しがいのある陰キャ
Oh, it's a fight.
まあ待てって俺の話を聞け俺がお前のこの町での最初の友達ってことでいいだろ
Give me your first friend here in town, right? Let's talk and get to know each other.
しつこいな
So is this battle system just like a gamification of how social interaction is when you have severe social anxiety? Romance flag started. Yeah, and I think it's not even going to be the only one in this story. Wait, say like hit that deals more damage than usual, saves a flash of insight that completely blocks some enemy's attack. These two terms are also used when you're actually playing football, and they are corresponding to critical hits basically. Miscalculation. Do I have to time my attacks?
しっかりと追い払うしかないか。
So I imagine that Tokisoji, from his point of view, is just a normal conversation. But Tomei has severe social anxiety, so he sees it as an RPG battle. As he tries to ignore Kisoji.
避けやがったな。入りたい部活とかある？
Just not quite testing. Wait, that caught me off guard.
マジ？ノリ悪すぎるって。
You're not getting away.
俺は逃がさないぜ。
Is it a chase sequence now?
得るものはあったか。もうついてきてないな。苦手だな。
That was way easier looking than the demo. I know that the football system was modified at the last minute to be made easier from how it was in the demo. I don't know about the RPG battles because I never played that part of the demo. When the demo was available, I played like one football match and that was it. Because you only had like two teams that you could play against each other and that would get boring pretty fast for me. Let's play video lost pressing. Maybe they just didn't get the how you're supposed to counter their attacks yet. Just one more and I complete the whole set. I want every single spooky big buns. My daughter's obsessed with this character called Spooky Big Buns, starting to worry me. From that name it probably should. Also, I'm going completely the wrong way. Big chunks, it could be representative of that. Did you know that in certain Japanese stores you can find like skibidi toilet merchandise? Nagumo Street. Downtown. Here's where I'm supposed to be, I think. And the time has advanced. Also, I'll have to check this for myself. I just have to wait for like a truck to come over to see if I can get this kite. Skitoid got Sony for its original crate. Yeah, it was, and I think it was about Sony making a movie about it. There's something that basically took the rights out of the original creator and he was complaining about it on Twitter. And I recall he was also saying he was broke, like monetarily, which is insane to me. And I got intrigued by the game, see if I can get run over later.
Kenka? Sakurasaki Joji? Mattaku.
He's an 8th grader and he's bigger than all these grown-ups.
蹴り
さあとっとと続きをやろうぜ。
調子乗りやがって。
危ない。
なめんなクソガキ。
Oh, he parried it. That's not how you fight in this universe. You're supposed to be playing rock, paper, scissors. Like, Kome is beside himself is changing his worldview on how fights are supposed to work.
なんだあれ、あの蹴り、踏み込みの速さ、強靭な軸足、バネ。あれは、あの足は。
What is it?
どうした？もう終わりか？まだまだこんなもんじゃ足りねえんだよ。とことんやろうぜ。誰も見て見ぬふりできねえような。殺し合いよ。
They're supposed to pick up a football and settle it for a game. Yeah, that's how it usually goes. Also, May sees a street fight, and he can only think about how it's just like his football.
お前誰だてめえ。お友達か桜崎。
ダメです先輩。暴力はいろんなものを失うよ。
Ouch.
失うものなんかねえよ。
あります。
おいおい優等生じゃんよ。そいつに何を言っても無駄だぜ。こいつはな、誰から構わず喧嘩ふっかけるどうしようもねえ暴力バカのクズ
He starts a fight with anybody
これは
in
今
sight.
ば害虫駆除よ。
そうさ、町のために頑張ってんの。
クズじゃない。
そろそろ帰んなガキ。
桜崎先輩をクズにはさせない。
Take back what you said. Why do you care that much about him again? It's like the second time in your life that you've seen this guy.
どうしたぼーっとして寝ぼけてんのか。蹴りの桜崎さんよ。
Tekken Legend Sakurazaki.
潰します。おい。
なんでこんなこと。
He is dead, and then the credits roll.
てめえら殺しやがったな。おいおい。
気がついた。ゆっくり。検査では心臓に悪い影響はないって。
Got knocked out. What a way to end your first day in a new city.
どうしてここに。
お友達が運んでくれたそうよ。お母さんも会ってないの。
おいしっかりしろ。おい。
桜崎先輩。
So how long was he knocked out for? Is this still the same night?
母さん、
うん
母さん、先に帰っててもらってもいい？
何言ってるの
Considering everything,
あなた
he
倒れ
was
たの
lucky.
よ今日は帰ってゆっくりなさい
お願い母さん。
That's one charge of plot arm that he's used up.
いろいろあって少し一人になりたいんだ。遅くならないようにする。
Sucks with the main character in the sports game, huh? It's part of the marketing, so I don't think it's a spoiler to discuss, but
桜崎先輩が僕を運んでくれた。
the reason why he's looking for a school where there is no football club is that he has some condition where he cannot play football.
こんばんは。最近この辺りで偽警官がうろついているとの情報があってね。
A fake cop prowling around the
もし
area.
怪しい人を見つけたら私に教えてくれないかな。
Oh, you can jump.
No.
Not, but not on top of the car. So the blue mark is where the side quest leads me to. If you wanted to go in blind, some people might not. Oh, that's right. I forgot that. I would say not everyone. Most people. I would say anything of the marketing for this game. So I slipped in the spoiler, but I don't think it's gonna take too long for that to come up anyway. Will probably happen today. I got a dropped key, which I'm guessing is for another side quest. Mystic Mother is looking for a fight or something else. Such a handsome boy, can't help but worry about you. I can auto battle when it's not a part of the main story. Let's see how that goes. If I do this, I can pay more attention to the dialogue. And it goes by faster, which is nice. Look, perfect reveals. Oh, she's a bogus fortune teller, I think.
とんだ足止めを食らったな。
Seaside Park. And it immediately starts a fight.
違います。少し散歩してるだけです。親の許可も得ています。
My parents say this fine.
俺のポリススピリッツが足りていないのか。
Sad, it looks like doing it on auto mode skips some of the dialogue. I don't see what Umi would have said in his super finisher attack.
さっき署まで来いって言いましたよね。あなたが噂の偽警官ですね。そして僕を誘拐しようとしている。
You're trying to kidnap me.
いや、それは違うんだ。
何が違うんですか？
And this game has an auto advance mode for the dialogue, but as you can see, it can be pretty generous. Like it lingers for 2 or 3 seconds after a character set their line. Cosplaying as the main character from Cyber Police Cyber Ranger before he transforms. He could be a main character in Time Stranger.
嘘じゃない。サイレンジャーの第27話無念サイブルーチルでだな。敵組織のサイバーシャドウの内部で潜入捜査していたサイブルーがなんと幹部に弱みを握られてサイレッドと切り合うことになってしまった後の夜の海辺で一人罪悪感に苛まれるシーンの再現だ。
Reenacting the scene after the duel when he's on the beach at night, plagued by guilt.
この話が本当 当に大好きで、録画で50回、動画サイトで30回は見た。毎回涙なしでは見られなくて、今も思い出しただけでいかんいかん。レッドとブルーのツートップ推しである俺には辛いエピソードではあるんだが、あえてここをおすすめさせてもらうぞ。ん？聞いているか？
なるほど、事情は分かりましたが、誤解され
I
るようなコスプ
sympathize
レ
with
は
your
やめた方がいいと思いますよ。
situation, do you?
すまない。以後正義の名のもとになるべく気をつけよう。
And I do have to go back to the quest giver. If this was time strange, I'd just get the deadline from him and the quest would be done.
偽警官は特撮ものの主人公のコスプレだったって？それでも中学生に絡んでくるのは危険な気が。今後はむやみに近づいちゃダメだよ。情報ありがとう。
Wait, you are standing right over there? You could have taken care of that yourself instead of sending a high score to do it for you. The Dow and the Finn statue.
ジョージ、学校は楽しいか？校長からは素晴らしく模範的な生徒だと報告を受けている。その調子で頑張れ。進学先の高校はアメリカの学校を手配してある。お前の行く道は輝かしい未来しかないのだからな。
That's the craziest gamer setup I've ever seen. Imagine playing a racing game on that screen. Alright, we could use a life-size Mizuki, good point. Here's some Hahari level setup. It kind of looks like a super villain level, like this one would belong to an evil CEO.
お前、なんで止めた？
さあ、あの時はただ夢中で。
優等生の気まぐれってやつか。
でももったいないって思ったんです。
It'd be a shame if you...
僕にはわかるんです。先輩の足はただの足じゃない。
Your legs are special, those muscles when they...
いや、10万人に1人かもしれない。雲を突き抜け、天空を切り裂ける
I mean,
足です。
that's a way to flirt or whatever he's trying to do.
ポエナーかよ。要するに、お前は俺の足を守るために鉄パイプの前に飛び込んだってのか。
まあ、そうですね。
イカれてやがる。
Bro likes spikes, which I guess makes sense for a footballer.
俺に関わるな。
こうして X の項と定数項をまとめたら、あとは X の係数で両辺を割るだけです。簡単でしょ？
That's a very spot the main character kind of scene. Equation to notice as a horror game. Don't think it's going to take too long before the game forgets that the characters are supposed to be going to school. So don't have to worry about that.
どうしてこんなに桜崎先輩のことが気になるんだろう。
Why am I so curious about Sakurazaki? That's called having a crush on me.
桜崎くんか。まあ学校にはよくいるタイプの不良って普通はなるんだけど、私にはわかるんだな。
It's smart to hint at Mitsai. Also, that girl on the poster with the red hair, she was in the opening.
彼の足の筋肉は特別。あんな足を持っていて、
But gifting those legs of his, no doubt. Does everybody take notice of his legs for some reason?
ああ、
1年生だからって容赦はしませんよ。さあ、身だしなみを確認します。
And I'm realizing that never mind, you can't turn the auto mode on and off during the battle.
そんなはずはありません。荒探しはやめてくださ
I
い。
will try to leave it on auto until I can do the super attack and then do that manually to see the dialogue line.
じゃありません。
Like waiting until my tension is maxed out. Now I go back to manual and use the finishing blow.
あなたは僕の親です。
You're my guardian or something.
反抗期にな
You're
ります。
stricter than I judge.
髪をよく見てください。
風紀委員の目は騙せません。
髪をよく見てください。
今日のところはいいでしょう。次は言い訳させませんから。
Not actually sure what they were arguing about.
飛んだ足止めを食らったな。
今日のところはいいでしょう。次は言い訳させませんから。
Anybody else on this floor I have to speak to? I guess not.
良い学校生活は良い身だしなみから。
Oh, you can repeat
その時間だ。
the fights. And they have different difficulty levels. As well as does depressing stuff, like the other guy who his older brother ended up unable to play it. Was seeing a wait out for most of the Galaxy series. You're talking about one of the main characters of the Go era of the anime. And yeah, his older brother was wheelchair bound. Although there's no like no awkward way to introduce this, but there's another season where you meet a parallel universe version of his brother, where he's not wheelchair bound and he can play football. And you can have that version of him as a player in your team in this game, and he's a really powerful character. Also, that's... Unfortunately, it won't speak. But I guess that's because I used the girly style. They assigned him the female uniform, which I would have chosen anyway if I had the option, so that's nice. So your avatar is also in the sky. I wonder how he's gonna come up later.
桜崎か。金持ちのボンボンは何やっても許されるんだぜ。普通なら退学になるようなことも親の権力でもみ消してる。最低だよな。
Not for their backing, he would be expelled ages ago. Sakurazaki rich. There's someone way over there.
桜崎か。あいつは確かに怖いやつだが、いつも誰ともつるまず一匹狼なんだ。そういう意味じゃコンビニ前にたむろして管を巻いてる柄の悪い連中よりはマシかな。
A bit better than the punks you see hanging around the convenience stores. Also, there's a side quest.
口の硬そうな新入生を発見。なあ、ちょっとお願いがあるんだけど、ここだけの話、千野さんの秘密のあれを落としちゃったん
Lost
だ。
my secret Senno Q6 the student council
生徒会長
president.
の千野さんな。もしあんなものを持っているのがバレたら、掲示板でさらされて暗黒の中学生活まっしぐらだ。先輩の頼み事聞いてくれるよな。
Lost a postcard size Q6 somewhere on campus. Because his himself was in love, I don't know, he was like the best character of Princess Connect.
ありがとう。頼もしい一年が入ってきたもんだ。
I only recall
秘密
one,
のあれは3つ。
I mean,
校
two
内の
characters
どこ
from
かに落
Princess
ちているは
Connect.
ずだ。はがきくらいの大きさだから、
I mean,
何かに
I
挟
should
ま
say
ったり
for
しているか
so
も
the
しれ
three
ないな。
that show up in that collab with Granblue Fantasy, who I guessing are the three main characters. And there was one whose design I really liked, but I forgot her name.
他のやつに見つかる前に。
She's like a cat girl and she has blunt bangs kind of similar to mine. And I think she had a red cape. I should find those as I'm running around for the main quest. Grounded Snapshot Library. Photo lost by a male student shows Senna studying in the library. We're helping a stalker then.
桜崎、近づかない方がいい。
Which would, I mean, is outrageous, but maybe Omei just that socially unconscious. A zero from collab or someone else you meant to know? I'm pretty sure she's not from a collab. I know she's got a summer version. I'm trying to remember her name, but it escapes me now. Whenever I go on break, which should be in a moment, I can try to quickly find her name. And that's not where I'm supposed to go. There's another photo in this floor, not this floor. Inside the classroom, I think. Nope. Oh yes, it is. Quest updated. Hi there, me. If I didn't have a stomachache, I'd offer to show you around. His out version is a nurse, super cute having loves himself, but still clear care about others. So does that mean Princess Connect has male playable characters? I assume it was only girls. When you were talking about him at first, I assumed he would be just an NPC. At least he's not in the bathroom or something, time enough. I mean, the only lost are not in the bathroom.
やっぱりしびれる。
あれ、もしかしてそれって千の会
Say
長
boy
の
is considered one of the
公園
princess,
の前だから
that's nice.
見つかると大変なことになるよ。
Just from his description alone, he'd be like the second character I'd go for if I played that game. After the one I can't remember what she was called. Actually, I think I remember.
桃地さんこのことは生徒
Let
会には
me
言わ
just
ない
look up to be sure. Ainda quem let the Dalek play um alto.
で桃地さん生徒会だった。終わった。
Yes, that's the one. Let me get their image.
言わないよ。だってそれ
Eisner told just so she's the stalker.
どういうこと？
Oh, so he did not take these photos, he got them somehow, and that girl did it. With consent, I assume. Here she is. Her name is Kasumi, and I really like your design.
悪いがもうブツの密売からは足を洗うことにした。ブツが欲しいんなら他を当たってくれ。
Sorry, but I'm no longer in business. If you want to take goods, you have to find someone with tougher nerves than me. Yes, you didn't learn anything, did you? Alright, pup, thanks a lot for following me. Welcome. And thanks for that as well, I did need to hydrate. Speaking of which, I could use the chance to take a short break. So I'll be back in a minute, and I see you then. Hi there.
桜崎か。あいつ、ああ見えてスポーツ少
So
年
in
だっ
that
たらし
quest
い
about
ぜ。
happening in Stalker, I for a second remembered that one
さあ、よく知らね
terrible side quest from Time Stage where you help an old man. You help him not pay his bill at a bar, and then you beat up the hostess who tries to stop you. And the game treats you like a hero, which is a very sorry note to end it on. Let me see if this icon has something worth hitting. Your father is a 3-star elite. What does your family do? Need to look up her IRL version? You mean Kasumi? I was vaguely aware of that because I had seen her in real life. She does not have the cat ears, right? And I think either she has a different name in real life or the name is written differently like in another Japanese script. It's in the same wiki page where I got that first image. So that's what she looks like in real life, I assume. And then there's the fantasy world render, which is this one. So it's almost the same. Her eye color is different and she's got the cat ears in the fantasy world, which is an interesting gimmick to have. A little busy, the stream's playing on TV, but I'm not talking much, that's fine. Not in a very important part of the story anyway. So there is just one more person to talk to. Baseball Club celebration banner.
れ
I heard someone was joining class A late, but I was hoping for a girl. Count yourself lucky getting Kasumi as your homeroom teacher. Hey, you were also in the opening. We can't even speak to them. What was that? Man, he's fast. Yeah, he is. Assuming this info bits you get from examining these tablets will come up in the story later. You'll need them. So I might as well get them as soon as I find them. Feels like a monarchy. What does? There's super intimidation. Careful, you're biting off more than you can chew.
町のヤクザとも揉めたりしてるって言うし、ほんとクズだよな。
I have to go to the menu again. Just click check on everything, right? You play football once. Is I here to Sakurazaki Inc. and I couldn't read that in time. You look like you took a nice bath. You mean the guy was talking about how whoever was so intimidating?
もったいないって思ったんです。
お前
先輩はかつては成績優秀でスポーツも万能。ことサッカーにおいては周りが一目置くほどのレベルだった。なのに1年前から学校の汚点とも言える存在になり下がった。
いきなり何なんだ。関わるなっつっただろ。
理由は何ですか。喧嘩を止めてあげたお礼に聞かせてもらえませんか。
別に頼んでねえだろ。
What was gonna beat him up over there?
うちみたいな家だと父親は絶対なんだ。住む学校も習い事も付き合う相手すらも全ては親に決められる。全ては親の敷いたレールの上。俺に選択権はない。生まれてからずっと。
だから先輩はそのレールから外れるためにわざと退学になろうとしている。
Maybe big, but history is a software. That's a pretty common archetype in this franchise. Like I should say, whoever writes this really likes the reformed thug archetype. There's like at least one per season in this series.
やめたわけじゃない。取り上げられたんだ。サッカーは俺の最後の砦だった。だが父親は体をぶつけ合う野蛮なスポーツはダメだと。やるなら紳士のスポーツ、テニスにしろってな。
Something more gentlemanly like tennis.
役に立たないとみなされれば、どうせまた取り上げられるだけだからな。
取り上げられた。それが理由。それがサッカーをやめた理由ですか？
ああ、誰も親には逆らえない。こんなことお前に話したところで何にもならないがな。とにかくこれに懲りたら二度と俺の邪魔。
いいんじゃないですか。サッカーなんてやる意味ないんで。じゃあ僕は帰ります。お話聞けてよかったです。
But if nobody likes football, how is the rest of the plot going to happen?
僕はなんでこんなにイラついてるんだ。とにかく帰るか。
お、君、海坊主に興味があるのかい？
Interested in the Umibozu.
いい目の付けどころだ、新入生くん。これは南雲原に伝わる海坊主という伝承の像でね。海坊主が何かって？それがこの話の肝でさ。我が海洋生物部でも長年研究しているけど、その実態は未だ判明してないんだ。一説では海から来た新人類、一説ではタコの見間違い。ある学者は海坊主の捕獲に高額な懸賞金まで
One
かけて
scholar
いて。
even put a bounty for its capture.
は？出た！ガチ海坊主だ！って腰が抜けた。新入生くん、一生のお願いだ。
So this is like Yokai Watch.
写真の一枚でも撮ってきてくれ。南雲原の波間に刻まれた謎の正体を今その手で明かすんだ。
That's the same girl from before. I'm getting started. Hope my friend gets here soon. Started by whom? By me?
何ですか？
別に同じ方向なんだ。
Oh, you live this way. What a coincidence. So you're going home together every day now.
同じ方向ってできれば離れて歩いてほしいな。
Things are a group of guys everyone on campus looks up to. That's probably the same people as whoever talked about the monarchy was referring to.
ちょっとお待ちなさい。この道は私の縄張りですからね。私のお願いを聞いてもらいますわよ。
え、何ですか？
私のジョセフィーヌちゃんがエスケープしちゃったのでございますわ。そこで
They
あなたに
cat
捕ま
lady.
えていただきたいのですわ。文句ありますかしら？
僕には関係ないですよね。
だったらここは通れませんわね。残念ですわ。
仕方ないな。
I can't even go through the side. This looks so nice. I already remarked that this reminds me of how the lighting worked in Ni no Kuni, which I might play at some point in the future, because it's also on Steam. And if you don't know my name, it's that RPG with the Studio Ghibli art style. It's telling me to chase after the Yumi boss, but the... Find the Josephine, which should be a cat. And it's right over there. I should recruit her as a goalkeeper. Why don't say that? Because that might actually be possible. Because you'll be shocked at just how many seemingly unimportant NPCs are playable characters in these games. General rule of Inazuma 11 is if they have a character model, they're probably playable. Where'd it go? Omei speaks to cats. Like there's a higher than 0 chance that Josephine over there is a playable character. Won't be the first occurrence of this, believe me. Like I could understand what that cat was saying, but maybe I'm just tired. Here is another tablet here. Sakura. Sakura's been following me around through all this. The leader of the boys. A dark society hid our ball.
お兄さんはさ、まだ闇の組織に目をつけられていないよね。俺たちのサッカーボール、こっそり探すの手伝ってくれない？すげえ！みんなの足の救世主だよ。どうもありがとう。こいつなんか闇の組織のせいで足を怪我したんだぜ。このままだと3人全員二度とサッカーできない足にされちゃうよ。ボールはナグモハラのどっかにあるはずだから。
Somewhere in this Nagmohara, I thought, is that the school? Or just the city in general? If it's too far away, I'll leave that for later. I don't know how can you open like the whole map of the area you're in. Or if you can even do that. Oh, that's how I'll do it. And nobody around cares about the Umibo's, maybe only Yume can see it. There's a photo mode. I have to face the camera. I can't change. I don't think I can change their positions even individually. The settings changes them both at the same time. Frame on or off. Mysterious floaty thing. And I can't auto-mode this fight. Starting to think Inazuma 11 will like have a either a theme or girls with final bosses. I think it's most just like mostly like the most popular final boss is a favor, but I think is the only one. I know by heart all the final bosses, I just have to take a second to remember it now. And I'm pretty sure only one of them was a girl also.
おお、ちゃんと写真に収めたんだな。いやしかし、海坊主がしゃべるなんて。きっと次の学会はこの新事実で持ちきりだよ。
Shiozumi, hi there. Welcome.
早速水産実習棟に戻って発表準備をしなければ。
Yeah, there's another season I think of where you can argue that the final boss is a fanboy because he's the captain of technically the final thing you face. But just from how important it is to the story, I don't think you'd consider that to be the final boss despite being the last match.
海坊主なんかじゃない。きっとあれはとにかくこれ以上海坊主の妄想には付き合っていられない。気晴らしに商店街でも散策して帰るか。
Oh, he's done with this Sumibozu nonsense. And over there is the side quest marker. Hi, Cerberus. There was a cat who just went over here and then vanished. I was gonna see if you could interact with it.
ちょっと待った。このボールに触っちゃダメだ。
Let's speed up this child.
闇の組織なんてないよ。
このボールは毒電波を
闇の組織なんてないよ。その設定無理があるよ。
僕のごまかしが通用しないなんて社会は
Society truly is a cautious creature.
まるでバトルしたみたいじゃないか。
Your energy incarnate, that's fine. This chat could always use more energy.
闇の組織って嘘だよね。なんでこんなことしたの？
ごめんなさい。足に怪我しちゃって。自分が練習できないからボールを隠してみんなも練習できなくしたんだ。だけどさ、闇の組織って設定なかな
His
か
try
良
about
か
the
った
Dark
でしょ。
Society was pretty
で
good.
も嘘は良くない。
I'm predicting that at some later side quests you'll find out that the quote-unquote Dark Society is actually a thing that exists.
もうしません。でもさ、闇の組織はさ、本当にあるんだよ。
That is a very typical punchline to have. Still don't know what all these cards are for. Also, Time Stranger has totally spoiled me for the ability to see the entire map and move at the same time. In that game, I think I had the whole map on top of the screen at least for like half the time I was playing.
先輩の家、向こうですよね。
この辺でうどんでも食っていこうと思ってな。
あくまでもついてこようとしている。
Are we going
何
to
か魂胆があるのか。
a Nodon restaurant together? Let's get isekai'd. Oh, you can't.
私の目はごまかせないよ。
You are a true noodle fanatic through and through.
うどんの気分って顔してるね。さあさあ、うどん食べていきな。
いえ、特にそんな気分では。決めつけないでもらえますか。
How do you not like noodles?
今なら天ぷらも揚げたてだよ。
うどんの気分じゃないです。
仕方ないね。
It's rock.
お腹空いてます。
飲み込んじまったよ。
残念ですが、
No offense, but I'm not in the mood for champon.
なんだって？他の麺類に負けるなんてショック。
He wants to go on a date right now. He's aggressively trying not to. I guess he doesn't want to go on a date in the noodle shop.
よう、昨日はちと焦っちまったが、続きをやろうぜ。遊ぼうぜ、桜崎くん。
またお前らか。今日はそんな気分じゃない。どっか行ってくれ。
そんな釣れないこと言わずにさ。
話が通用する奴らじゃないか。ここは逃げるか。
桜崎先輩、逃げてもまた同じことが繰り返されるだけですよ。
You've got to crush them for good.
ただし喧嘩じゃなくて、先輩の身体能力を使ってあいつらを出し抜くんです。
身体能力で。
What are muscles for if not for fighting?
それが僕らのバトルですよ。
For rock, paper, scissors.
手加減はいりませんよ。
はいはい、わかったぜ、ボス。
It is rock, paper, scissors. Here is a healer. Wait, so Sakurazaki has to attack them first to break down these shields? But then instead I to like skip Ume's turn to let Sakurazaki act first? I don't see it.
相手は社会のことです。
It does basically no damage. Oh, he is actually fighting. It's just Sumi who still thinks it is a rock, paper, scissors game.
大人として恥ずかしくないですか。
邪魔だ。おねんねしな。
Also, the items seem to replenish every time I get into a fight, so I guess they're not consumable.
今時
In this day and age, people still dress like that. Can I still stop him with the shield? Yeah. Okay, there should be a way to skip his turn so I can attack with Sakurazaki first, or I can just let him heal. Break down this one as well. Even without the shield, Dome deals very little damage.
今時そんな格好ですか。
Almost done.
ほらよ。
僕はあなたたちとは違う。
I have to wonder how this would actually look like in actual not in an A game system. Because autists people are fighting except for Umi who's just doing hand gestures. And he thinks he's contributing.
僕は絡まれやすいのか。
覚えてやがれ。次に会った時がお前たちのファイナルだ。
The way they move is so funny. I wonder.
まだちゃんとぶちのめしてないのに。
They look like they'll be like emotes in a social game.
先輩はなりかけてますよ。
Like a Fortnite dance.
はあいつはっきり言いやがって。
I thought it would be another anime scene for a second, but it's a very great illustration. Actually, we should have taken a print of it.
もしこの学校でサッカーが禁止されていなかったら。
And I'm with Sakurazaki, thoughts of football keep flooding my mind. The Scratch is developing in weird ways, but looks like it's gonna be an I can fixing sort of deal. Also, lying over there again.
何をやっていたとして興味は湧かない。
野球部の放課後のパフォーマンス。
The baseball club's show in the school grounds. Hi there.
ちょっと。
ねえ笹波くん、ちょっとお願いがあるんだけどいい？体育倉庫に忘れ物をしてきちゃったの。私が持っているところを見られるのは
Something in the gym storage room would be embarrassing to be seen with something like that
も
around.
しよかったら笹波くんにこっそり
You
取っ
want
てきて
me
ほしいん
to
だ
be
けど。
embarrassed in your behalf.
ありがとう。
She's what something embarrassing. I actually wonder what that could be.
忘れ物なんだけど、丸いプニプニが2つついていて、
Say, it's white and has two round squishy parts on it. Oh gosh, that's so embarrassing.
見たらきっとわかる。
Sounds like something you shouldn't be allowed to bring to school, especially as a teacher. Surprising amount of innuendos going on in this game.
この話はタブーなんだけど、5年前の事件が原因なの。サッカー部があんな事件さえ起こさなければ。そのせいでこの学校ではサッカー部がないどころか、サッカー自体が禁止なんだよ。
I plan to go for the side quest, but the game is going on with the main story. Everywhere he looks, he sees footballs.
そんなないはずだろ。サッカ
ー。よし、始めっか。さあ。
Oh, I out-tapped for a second the cutscene freeze. I didn't know that would happen. Sorry.
野球ファンの皆様、放課後のショーの時間です。さあ決めるぜ。いい場所にくれよ。俺のファンを喜ばせんとな。
いつも思うのだが、俺たちは野球部なのに。
using football for all this fan service when we're in the baseball club.
いいじゃん。この学校じゃサッカーボールの使い道それくらいだし。
必殺天空サンダー。
ああ痛い。
今日も受けてるぜ。俺らの注目度も安定だな。
He looked too happy to be hit with a ball on his butt. I think he wasn't acting.
なんだよこれ。
あれは野球部だ。あいつら午後になると校庭でパフォーマンスして人気取りをする。
でもこの学校でサッカーは。
後輩、この学校にサッカー部がない理由を知ってるか？
確か
They did say to us sponsors,
発端は5年前の
good
事
point.
件。学校側は問題を起こしたサッカー部を廃部にすることで事を収めた。
そうだ。以来この学校でサッカーは人権をなくした。奴らはサッカーを笑い物にして。
I noticed now that the pendant here has a cherry blossom flower on it. That's cute.
サッカーじゃない。
あんらおお、桜崎か。悪いな。こっちに蹴り返してくれ。
ここにサッカーはない。だから僕はここに来たんだ。
Football doesn't exist here. That's why I came. Our forwards are one very tall girl and one very tiny girl. I've been spoiled for the main lineup of characters and if you don't want to find that out now, mute the stream for a second, but the two main forwards are gonna be Sakurazaki, who was over we've seen already, and that red hair girl from the opening. So she's not really tiny, she has like an average body type.
このデータを見る限り、それは控えた方がいいでしょう。でも安心してください。日常生活にはほとんど支障がありませんから。データを見る限り。
データなんだそれ。そんなもので。
That ending, some you will be able to recruit other characters for your team.
ある日突然僕の前からサッカーが消えた。サッカーを忘れるためにここに来たんだ。だけど許せない。
By the way, it's titles like curse words in Japanese written on the ball over there. If I was one of these manga panels of like bullying by scribbling insults on somebody's desk, that's basically it.
そんなサッカー少年だった桜崎先輩は許せるんですか？先輩！
They got a bunch of famous people to voice optional characters and get to choose a couple. So this will come up eventually, probably take a while since the game even warns you that it will be some time before you get to actually playing football. They included some influencer cameos, like voicing some characters that you can choose for your team. And that actually wasn't very well received. They probably looked at Western games doing that, of having an influencer voice a character, make another type of cameo, and thought it would fly in with Japanese audience as well. But it did not.
自分の境遇とガチで戦おうとしたことありますか？僕は探した。僕がサッカーをする方法。病気の本もいっぱい読んで、ネットだって探した。
And some of these influencers happen to be VTubers.
でもダメだった。 どれだけ努力しても僕がサッカーをしてはいけないという事実
No matter what I
変
did,
わらなかった
nothing can change the fact that I'll never play football again.
忘れようとしてきた忘れようと努力してきた先輩にはあるじゃないですか風のように走れて強烈なシュートが打てる足先輩にはやれる先輩はまだサッカーがやれるじゃないかくださいよいらないならくださいよ先輩のサッカー僕にください僕がサッカーをするからいらないならくださいよ
So I spoiled this bit about his condition like a few minutes ago, but as I thought it would come up pretty soon.
おい桜崎いつまで待たせんだよ
サッカーはサッカーはそんなんじゃない
Want what you have in your waist seat, so give it to me or stop wasting your time. So that's basically what he was conveying. And it seems like it worked.
俺の出番だ俺は父さんに一度だって口答えをしたことがなかった支配されていたからじゃない俺自身が選んでいなかったんだだから今俺は俺の道を選択する
Ouch. I wish the RPG battles were more like this.
やっぱ気持ちいいわ
That felt awesome. The kicking a ball part or the injuring someone part?
受け止めてやるよお前の思い
So all he needed to reignite his passion for football was to involve violence with it. Element change version of Fire Tornado, it's cool. Yeah, the emotion is very similar. Most likely a reference.
運命だなんだと言い訳して逃げてきたんだ現実と向き合う勇気がなかったんだ僕はもうサッカーから逃げない
ん
Everybody's rounding up to see the fight.
野球部の先輩が
Very realistic.
サッカーで僕らと勝負しませんか
は
ここってみんなの校庭ですよね野球部の先輩たちが独占してるのってなんか違うと思うんです勝負をして僕たちが勝ったら校庭をこんなことに使うのをやめ
Sakurazaki
て
is
もら
gonna
いま
wake
す
up in a tub of ice saying actually not sure what that's a reference to, if it's a reference. And look at spoilers, mute this if you don't want it, or second for it. Should eventually be. Actually, it's giving us a close-up to all the future important characters.
あれあいつ運命か。やっぱ俺が見込んだ通り面白いやつなんじゃん。
お前誰だっけ。
笹波運命。
運命君よ、君誰に喧嘩売ってるか分かってんのかな。
ええ、サッカーを侮辱するやつを僕は許さない。
We are white knighting for football. Oh, he has to stand on the step to be able to face him like that. Very cute. Honestly, I don't even think they were doing anything that bad, the baseball guys. They were just goofing around with a ball. It did get a very strong reaction from Wumei, but it's not like it was like targeted at him. Yeah, while he's bending 90 degrees. That's also because how bad and exaggerated the body taps get in this art
言ってし
style.
まったものは仕方ないです。やるしかないですね。
だがサッカーでの勝負、二人だけじゃ試合はできねえぜ。
こうなったらサッカー部を作るんですよ。
何？
お二人さん、面白そうな話混ぜてくれません？
Mind if I join this juicy conversation?
運命
We'd
と同じク
rather
ラスの
not,
基
thank
礎
you.
地平太です。
消えろ。
今まさにお仲間が足りないって話してたでしょ。この学校でサッカーやろうなんてやつは他にいないかもですよ。
だとしてもサッカーできないやつに用はない。
実はここだけの話、少しだけかじっ
Might
てま
have
し
them a
て。
tiny bit before.
今は仲間が欲しいところですし、基礎地も入れましょう。
おし
いいのかよ。ちょっとくらいサッカーやってたからってこんなよく知らねえやつを入れて。
桜崎先輩のことだってそこまで知ってるわけじゃないですし。
Now, this is a football band school. You're not gonna have a lot of options. You might have to settle for having the class come along.
では明日からサッカー部再建のために動きます。二人とも協力してください。
お
わかったぜ。
面白くなってきた。
Everyone's best classmate. I assume that's a title he gave himself.
それでさ、お二人さん、この際、イナコードのグループを作
You're
った
also
かい？
strange the other day, now we're best friends.
イナコード？
最近
Yeah, and
グループ
he's
チャット
talking
が
about
使いやすいって人気のアプリ
Discord.
ですよ。
I guess once we need you for something, you're suddenly our best friend.
そんなもんは必要ね。
I talk with my feet, not my phone.
いえ、いい提案かもしれません。
What a weirdo.
一応登録しておきますか。
そうかよ。で、
Inaccord is not available. Check it often to see new messages from your friends. Inaccord, so yeah, this game does take place in current day. A social media platform used by Yume and the others. New post appears as the story progresses. But is this sound like the Discord notification? Because if that's the case, I'm going to be very confused while playing this game. Football club chat. Looking forward to us being a team together. This blue shot stuff is not for me, bye. Wish you'd actually like quit the chat right there. Don't mute our chat, okay? What you just said was teaching that he's able to mute the chat if he wants. Say change up of the phrase I talk with my fists, not my words. Actually, yeah. Didn't pick up on that. Oh no, Soju uses stickers. Yes. You're having a bad day today, Sakurasaki. My day is finding this chat that sucks. And we're out of the gate. We're really good friends.
最近少年サッカー人気選手スタンプが出たんですよ。
ほう。
This game is funnier than I ever thought it would be.
Hmm.
お呼びでしょうか。
生徒がグラウンド使用権をめぐって決闘をしていると聞きましたが、本当ですか？
Look at how the Asumu are the baseball awards on the
し
left.
かもそのサッカーで対決するらしいんです。
Football is out there satellites.
それはいけませんよ。サッカーはいけません。英子先生。先生も5年前の事件はご存知ですよ。
L5 is usually
はい、聞きました。
pretty funny.
サッカー部の生徒が
I've played a lot of their games and not like they had bad writing or even anything necessarily, just
廃部になったという
never
事
really
件ですよ
registered
ね。
as particularly funny to me. But I also haven't played most of the ninjas.
著しく悪くなった。我が校の唯一の汚点です。それからこの学校でサッカーはタブーとなった。
やっとほとぼりが冷めてきたところですし、今さらサッカーの剣を蒸し返されては。
Actually, I'm thinking back of some dialogue lines from past Inazuma 11 games and yeah, they did something got pretty funny for my taste anyway.
我が校の厳粛なる生徒会に処理してもらいましょう。
Now, what other level 5 games I've played? Nino Kuni, which I mentioned before, but I never finished it. The first Yokai Watch, which I also did not finish. I did finish the first Professor Layton game, and I think the second. I think I was about to play the third one, but I never got around to
自
it.
由な校風が売りのナグモハラで、新設クラブの申請は比較的簡単。でもその多くが使う物質がないことによって待ち状態になっている。
つまり物質を確保できれば、すでに申請が出されている新設希望クラブを出し抜いて、
I like when Yokai Watch made a whole game to copy Ghostbusters. I haven't heard of that one. It's not part of the main trilogy, is it?
サッカーは禁止。このルールがある限り、どうしようもねえぜ。
Also, football is banned at the school, but they're saying they can still make a football club anyway. How does that work?
サッカー部禁止令を解除する鍵は生徒会が握っている。
生徒会？それを調べていたのか？
でもサッカー禁止令は学校の指示だろ。生徒会を味方につけても。
僕に考えがあるんだ。それよりまずは物質になり
Let's
そう
find
な
a
場所を
space we
探
can
してみ
use
よう。
as our clubroom. A spin-off starring the cat and the ghost, so Jibanian, and I forgot the ghost name.
校内のめぼしい空きスペ
I
ースは
haven't heard of it
他の
anyway.
部活に使われている。
I was curious about Yokai Watch 4 for some time. I think it was exclusive for the Switch and only in Japanese. And the gameplay was totally different from the previous main entries. But I never played that either. Actually, I think the gameplay was a bit like how it is in the new Pokemon game, where you walk around the battlefield while your monsters fight. Either. What is Yuki looking around in his phone? Watch one or two episodes of the anime, but couldn't take it. I assume it's very kid-oriented. Yokai Watch 4 looks pretty good. It did in what I've seen of it, but I think it's still stuck on only the Switch. Maybe I mean, it could get a PC release at some point. Also, these are the same bodybuilding guys as from the beginning. There was also a remake of the first Yokai Watch, but I think that's also only on the Switch.
まるでバトルしたみたいじゃないか。
But I tend to like monster collecting RPGs. I've played a couple already in this channel. I could give Yokai Watch another shot in the future, if any of them comes out for on Steam. Oh yeah, there was that side quest from the teacher, but you can't get into it.
先生に報告しよう。あ、扉の前に何か落ちてる。白いプニプニ。これってもし
The
かして
anime gets better later on. I never watched the anime in the strange mascot plushie, fluffy white plushie of Spooky Big Buns, a mascot character loved by kids. Oh, that's what the teacher was bringing to school then. Why she would bring that is another mystery. No, I dropped Yokai Watch the game before the plot could really pick up, so I don't really know what was going on it. The anime with humanized versions of the yokai might be more your yokai speed. I also don't know about that one. Is it just an anime or is it a tie into a game as well? It's a butthead, yes. So that's why it's called Spooky Big Buns. Where is the teacher? I have some choice words for her.
笹波くん、これ私の落とし物だよ。甥っ子がくれたんだけど、形が恥ず
Oh,
か
I
しいっ
get
て
for
いう
her
か、
nephew. Looks strange, but she likes it.
気も可愛いっていうのかな。
The kids got this sort of thing creepy cute. If any students found out, they think I'm
に
weird.
なるところだったよ。見つけてくれてありがとね。
So Spooky Big Buns is this universe as a like brain rot content. How the kids like it. There's a game like that. The cat has like a human reincarnation or something. He has another cat, yokai, to turn into like a superhero. That sounds very out there for yokai. I wonder if it's also an RPG. There is also another Yokai Watch game in development, but it's like a soft reboot. It has a totally different name. It's called Holy Horror Mansion. It's got one trailer and the trailer is really strange because for one they use a lot of AI generated backgrounds and they have some bizarre celebrity cameos in the trailer.
第二部活動、ここに空きはなさそうだな。
Do you remember the guy from that Pineapple Pen music video? He shows up in the trailer for this new Yokai Watch for some reason.
多目的とここは無理な気がする。
More like smoke and watch because someone definitely smoked. I think it's like just businessmen being tone deaf. They're probably really betting on like having celebrity cameos being a boost for your game's marketing. Yeah, we're just checking out every building that could be the club room.
Koko?
旧体育倉庫か。
ここなら今誰にも使われていないスペースです。
The other gym equipment storage. Right, it is very football club room shaped.
鍵がかかっているみたいだな。
ここの鍵は霞崎先生が管理しているはず。
霞崎先生なら
Shizuki, by the way, I still didn't find the use for that one key I think I found on the ground earlier.
せっかく見つかったのにな。
明日にでも先生に相談してみますか。
今日のところは帰るか。
Maybe check if the teacher has a Discord. You'll never know.
ですね。帰ろ帰ろ。
そうですね。この二人がいればサッカー部を作り始めることができる。まだ道のりは長いけど。
ねえねえ、帰りに海坊主まんでも食っ
That's
て
it
帰ろう
this
ぜ。
time. About to go for some hungry buzz burgers on the way.
どうせ行くならうどんに。
I could go for either actually. I'm starting to get hungry already.
木曽路、お前サッカーかじってるって言ったな。
おほい。
見せてもらおうか。
Oh, he's about to get exposed.
いいですよ。桜崎先輩、これから運命にこっちに向かってパスを出してもらいます。
Teachers making extra money as an ASMR producer. She does have a nice voice.
なんだと
Faz bem que só de que usou the signal.
ボールキープ力の勝負です。どちらが中盤を制するか。
Like press where the icon is blue. No, it's when it's yellow.
これ、それ、いいじゃん。
ビビってんのか。
これ、木曽路。おっしゃ。
俺のサッカー見せてやるぜ。
それ。
Oh, it's right in the middle. I wasn't expecting that.
いつでもいいんだが。
So it can be right on top of where they are.
これ、木曽路。おっしゃ。
どうした来いよ。
木曽路。おっしゃ。何
I like how they're teaching you to do the main stuff with minigames before putting you in a full game. Now, being that I have played the main football system already, I'll say that there's nothing exactly like that on it. Like, there's a quick time event that can happen when two players from opposing teams try to get the ball like that. Where it's something like that, where you press a button on what player you want to try to pass you. But it's not exactly like this minigame. But yeah, it's at least introducing you to the concepts for the football system. So that's nice. Even if control-wise they're not the same.
あいつサッカーでもうまいやつのご機嫌取りしてんだぜ。
お前、何者だ。
Like how I mentioned that the critical hits in the RPG battles also happen in the football system. It uses the same terminology.
との異名を持っていたんですよ。
なんだと。
なんでしてんの？
ストーカー行為がしつこかったんで、どんなやつなんだろうって調べさせて。
I was getting annoyed with you telling me. So I dug into your past to see what kind of person you are.
基礎自兵隊転勤族の親友達が作りにくい環境それでもサッカーでは中心選手のサポートをして存在感を示していた
存在感運命やっぱお前怖いわ
だったら最初からそう言えまあ練習相手程度にはなりそうだな
先輩が俺からボールを取れればですね
何
You're thinking of as Yokai Watch Jam.
先輩の納得も得られたことですし
Plays like the Ghost Sports Zone is more action like. Or like Trials of Mana. Interesting. And is that also a Switch exclusive?
サッカー部を作る足がかりができた3人での帰り道2人と一緒に試してみたいことがある
And I think one of the buttons are mapped to change my expressions is also mapped to taking a photo in the game. I wonder if I can change that. Not in this menu, it seems. I'll have to look into that later in the main menu. Switch and the PlayStation 4. We can try and hold out for it coming out on Steam someday. I think this game has been selling well on Steam, so that could be an incentive for Level 5 to port some of their games over. I have to pass to this ghost guy.
運命どうした今何を蹴ってた
たまにあれやるんだよな
He does that sometimes, so all the gaming hijinks we're doing are visible to the other people.
いや、なんでもない。僕だけに見えるボール。
So the blue footballs are his intrusive thoughts taking shape.
でも、ついに選手まで。こんな僕が2人と一緒にサッカーをやるためには僕の役割を果たさなきゃならない。
I thought it was blushing for a second, but it was just the lightning.
2人ともちょっと待って。
あ？
何？
これからサッカーをやるなら2人が感覚を取り戻す意味でも特訓をする必要がある。でも
おい、何が言いたい？
100名階段。
They're going climb up a steep hill. We're about to take his meds again, I guess. That's an item we have to stock up on.
まさかお前。
I imagine I have to go through this every time you go to
ここ
school.
を特訓場所に使えるか今試してみたいんだ。
はあ？
I mean, if you want to make a school of athletes, that's a good,
特訓100名階段だ。
good bit of architecture to have. It's a special training battle. Switch between 3 dash speeds to run up and down the hackathon stairway as fast as you can. Have a stamina gauge.
指示通りにお願いします。
You get used to it after a month or two. Let's see. Okay, so I can switch between 3 speeds. But I just have to make sure I don't run out of stamina. Oh, you can't, you have to wait until you can stop speeds again. So you can't, have to be careful to not overshoot it. No, yeah, this does kind of represent a mechanic in the football system in which you can sprint and you have limited stamina. And if you run out, you can sprint again until the stamina is fully replenished.
行くぜ。
いい成長率です。
運命。
最初からスパートかかりすぎ。
この階段はフィジカルとキック力をアップさせるの。
Starway is the ultimate tool for special training.
でも運命はなんでやんないんだよ。やるならみんなでやった方がいいだろう。
それは。
まあいいじゃねえか。ボスにはトレーナーとして俺たちのコンディションを見て
Right,
もらおうぜ。
actually, as I actually use it to. Sometimes I have to keep going up and down these steps in the building I live to exercise.
プレーができなくても僕が2人のサッカーを導く。ナグモハラでは他にもこんな特訓スポットを探せるかもしれない。特訓スポットを見つけたら記録しておくことにするよ。
他でもこんなことやんのか。
Sadly, you may would pass out if he tried. Yeah, he's probably not going to get involved in any of these minigames. Oh, so this is what all the cards are for. They are currency, and there's a lot of them. I do have to make a point of like not using the elevator on a building if I not press for time. Just to get the exercise from going up the stairs.
なんで？
ああいうのは関わらんに限るぜ。
海坊主はサッカー部再建の鍵になるんだ。
どういうこと？
Same thing whenever there's like a automatic stair and a regular staircase beside each other on a station or something, I usually go for the manual one. There's treadmills designed to make kills or stairs or something. I never seen one, so but it must be just like the staircase in a shopping mall, but smaller. Actually sounds kinda dangerous if the way I'm picturing it. I had to press Y. Sportsman named Champon. Young folks just call it Champ.
ちょっといいかい？
Let's fight this elderly woman.
道を教えてくれないかい？
困っているお年寄りは放っておけないですね。ええ。
Oh, we are helping her out by
親切で優しい坊やだね。本当にありがとう。
That's nice. So not all these encounters are hostile.
絡まれやすいのか。
坊やがいて本当に助かったよ。
Right, doesn't have to be a staircase, and I know that not everybody will have the privilege of having access to something like that, but if there's any public space near you that you can run in or just go for a walk, that can help a lot as well. Grandma lost her way, seems to be playing a game called Mekemon Go. Help her find the way to the shopping district. Mekemon Go, that this seems like it would be an opportunity to plug in Yokai Watch, which is of the same company, but they chose to make a fake Pokemon IP. Pokemon Go involves looking at a GPS, so I'm wondering how exactly she got lost. But back when Pokemon Go came out, it was a magical time of all the people getting into trouble because of it, because of using it in public. Also, you had very heated internet arguments about which faction in Pokemon Go was the best one. Like, people really got really serious about that. And it was mostly people who never played a Pokemon game before.
かわいいね。まるでうちの孫娘のようだよ。坊や、ありがとうね。
Crossover would have been interesting. Actually, there will be a crossover, so at some point in a future update, which I think is going to be later this month actually, they will add a new batch of characters, and I'm almost sure that the two main characters from the first Yokai Watch will be among them. You will be able to use them as players in this game. Here's another side quest here. See, maybe reference to 3-elemental Moki, so alright, I didn't pick up on that. And she's lost again. We are helping her grind on Pokemon Go basically. She's gonna dominate the gyms in the town. I remember my semi-poor from the first time I played Pokemon White, because I had the grass starters, so I got the water monkey. I actually think I used it all the way to the end of the game.
探しているレアメッケモンを追っていたら道に迷ってしまってね。ナグモハラ
A
地
rare
の
Mekimon
近くの公園にいるみたいで。
in the park close to
す
Nagumohara.
まないけど、どうか連れて行ってくれないかい？ありがとうね。助かるよ。
South side of this map. It's almost the same place where the main quest wants me to be. Ninokuni Jones seems really cool with a cat prince. Not quite as Pokemon as Ninokuni one, it's more Pikmin like. The way it worked on the first Ninokuni, the only one I played, was that each character had a monster and both the character and their monster fought in the battlefield, but I think not at the same time. You could like switch between them. And you could capture monsters and I think evolve them as well.
見せたら喜ぶかしら。坊や、ありがとうね。
I think Simper is my favorite monkey too. I like his facial expression. And it's the only monkey I had, I believe. Because when I don't remember if in Black and White 2 you also get a monkey the same way, but I also chose the same starter, the Snivy. So that would give me the same monkey. Hey, Yome can run up these steps if he really tries. You don't get a monkey on Black and White too. So now I'm trying to remember who was my water type in White 2. But it's been... Oh, I think I remember it was a cloister. A cloister which I got from somebody online by trading for a magnezone. Continue, you advance the story significantly. Proceed. I wonder if this is like time staging, you will be locked out of side quests if you continue. Let me just check if I have any more to do. That game, the second one, are the best story-based Pokemon games. If you ask me, I think Generation 5, which is that one, is the best Pokemon generation of them now. It was unpopular when it came out because of all the new Pokemon, like in the first Black and White, the national... No, the original decks only had the new Pokemon. You couldn't get any old ones. And people did not like that in general, but I had never gotten too involved with Pokemon games at the time. So it didn't matter to me that the old ones were not obtainable. And I really really enjoyed both White and White 2. It's my favorite generation. I would totally stream it if I had the chance in the future. If Game Freak still makes Pokemon remakes, Black and White are the next on the list, but I kinda hope they don't because of the state of Pokemon games nowadays. Wouldn't want to see them butcher my favorite generation. Wanna drag us into the sea. And that goes without saying, but if you never played the Generation 5 games and you're curious, totally go for it. They are great games. Speaking of them, what kinda makes me wanna play one of them now. There's a hack for both the games and the sequels called Blaze Black and Volt White, which do a lot of rebalancing, and they also make it so that all of the Pokemon are obtainable within the game, like of all the regions, without having to do any trading stuff, which is pretty nice. Yeah, so look into that if you're curious. Also increase the difficulty. I'm pretty sure it does. I ain't talking about it, makes me wanna play it.
これマジかよ。
僕たちは海坊主の正体を知った。
Made by Ryan, who's still making
それはサッカー部の命運を左右する大きな一歩となった。
balancing mods. Are they making like modding like the Switch games? Opinions on the red nose. You mean the unknown Ulma's face? If that's what you're talking about, I did think it looked strange when I first saw the artwork of him. But I think that in the game model and in the anime scenes it looks natural enough for me. I can appreciate that he looks very different from not only an Inazuma 11 protagonist but a anime protagonist in general.
ちゃポエマーかよ。
I'm trying to picture what he would look like without the red nose.
ここで残りのメンバー勧誘の作戦会議ってわけね。
Once you are used to it, I think it will look strange without it.
サッカー部もどきの即解散を命じる。
それでその無謀君が
Last project was started to go, and so Silver only played a bit of that one, the original, not the modded version.
ゆっくり見てみろ。面白いもんが見られるぜ。
ささなみ運命。俺は待ってる。
Like back in the day, I had a gripe with all mainline Pokemon games, which is that the sprites for the Pokemon in the battles were completely static, and I really did not like that. Because I used to any other RPG having more animation to it. So I was drawn to Black and White, because in that game the Pokemon are animated.
誇りだらけだな。
ここを物質候補にする競合はいないでしょう。
それはそうだけど、勝手に使うのあり。
Outside of that, I spent a lot more time playing all the Digimon games on DDS.
旧体育倉庫を使ってはいけないとは書かれていません。
They're doing a next episode preview like in an anime.
いや、それ違う気がする。
じゃあ、ここで残りのメンバー勧誘の作戦会議ってわけね。
集めないといけないメンバーは、僕はサッカーができないから少なくとも残り3人。
できないの？
僕は。
Well, we only need 5 players in total.
そうなのか。
At least for now.
こいつはサッカーができない体でサッカーと向き合おうとしているんだ。
This guy likes to do next episode stuff.
本気でお前たちのような雑魚が勝てるとでも思っているのか？
I'm trying to think of another game which that does
やってみな
this.
ければわかりませんよ。
野球部はこの学校の花形、宝、絶対的な強者。それに立てつくお前らは学校どころか、この町自体にいられなくなるかもな。
どうでしょうか。先輩こそ新入生に負けて恥ずかしくて町にいられなくなる。そんな未来が見えますけど。僕はお前たちにサッカーで勝つ。
They stuck like an etch sticker on the football.
お前すごいな。そんなんで柳生先輩にあんな大見えを切ったの？
ああ、こいつは死んだ目の優等生どもより全然元気なイカレ野郎だぜ。
先輩、全方位でディスらないで。
さて運命、こっからどうするよ。
そうですね。
You have to find more
ど
people.
うするって？当然即解散ですよ。
ああ、
生徒会副会長の
Gario Shisendo, the vice president of the student council.
サッカー部もどき
Why does he have two golems? I think these are not high schoolers.
生徒会がこんなことに介入してくるんですか？
こんなこと？新入生の君は知らないかもしれないが、この学校ではサッカーは特別な意味を持つ。触れてはいけない、関わってはいけない。
アンタッチャブルな存在なんだよ。だったら野球部がやっていたサッカーを見過ごすんですか？あれはサッカーではない。ただのボール遊び。
Not football, they're just messing around, but I think they shouldn't be allowed to mess around either. Should they?
そんなところですよね。
Imagine them sitting behind you in class. Imagine them sitting in front of you.
野球部との決闘など
Yeah, I would like to stand up on top of your desk to see what's in the blackboard.
もし逆らえば
He's good, yes. I'm actually expecting this character to be my favorite in the story just off of design. But we'll
なぜ
see.
サッカー部はダメなんですか？何？過去のサッカー部が起こした事件の責任をなぜ今のサッカー部が負わねばならないんでしょうか？そもそもなぜサッカー部は暴力事件なんて起こしたんでしょうか？その理由を四川道先輩は知っているんですか？そんなことはどうだっていい。サッカー部は存在してはならない。それはこの学校の絶対的ルールだ。
He has some gold eyes along with that other girl. That purple hair. I think you're talking about one of the one that the stalker side quest was about, no? Right? The one in the pictures. They do have similar eyes. I actually encourage you to pay attention to everybody's eyes in this series, because they are all totally different.
学校の SNS でも結構騒ぎになってるな。
あれだけ目立ったんだ。
Like you could tell Inazuma 11 characters apart just from their eyes.
仲間になるやついると思う？
それは戦略次第じゃないかな。
戦略？
つまり策があるってことか。
昨日のことはこの学校でのサッカーのイメージに大きな影響を与えたはず。それを踏まえて僕が集めた校内データを参照する。
データ。
現時点で我々の仲間が現れる確率
Chances
は
of anyone teaming up with us?
ゼロです。
Zero.
そりゃそうだろ。
もっと情報が必要ですね。この学校のこと、それと今のサッカーのこと。
Let's say big issue actually. Who's wanna join the team that's currently is like the new kid, the class clown, and the delinquent.
そうか。だったらまず今のサッカーを知るべきだな。
これは
後でゆっくり見てみろ。面白いもんが見られるぜ。
There is Shisendo again. It's so strangely quiet all of a sudden.
明日の朝には準備できそうです。7時に旧体育倉庫でお会いしましょう。
朝の
Oh,
7
that's
時にここに集合。
I think that's the teacher.
ももちか。どこまでやってくれるのか。
本当に大丈夫かな。
Well, we need to get her spooky big ones. She could at least pay back the favor.
ドローンですよ。誰かがこのメカを使って学校内を監視していた。
誰がそんなことを？
こんなことをするのは生徒会か。
Student council, that's a very wacky council then.
その人は桜崎先輩の足の筋肉が特別であることも知っていました。
俺も盗撮されてたってのか。 誰だそいつは。
I was being spied on. Who would do that? The guy right next to you for a start.
私です。
桃地結菜
Oh, that was the one who sent the message. I was thinking of the teacher.
そしてボディービルダー部マネージャー。
正解。
She managed the bodybuilding club.
桃地先輩は初登校の日、ボディービルダー部員の勧誘を装って僕の人物像を解析した。きっとあのやりとりはこの海坊主型ドローンによって撮影されていた。海坊主は桃地先輩の情報収集ツールなんですよね。
さすが運命くん。でも秘密を知った以
Now
上、
that
こ
you
のま
know,
ま
I
返
can't
すわけにはい
let
か
you
ないな。
walk away. Fight time.
生徒会にチクるなら
Report me to the casting that release your most embarrassing photos.
別に何もやましいことはありませんよ。
Not as if you've got anything to hide.
ここははっきり
瞬間もバッチリ。
論理的にいきましょう。それならあなたは僕
I
以
have to
上の
admit,
キモいデータ
you're the bigger data creep.
あんな写真とか、こんな写真とか。
相手にしないように。
Okay, so she was also involved in the end of the stalker side quest, so she is actually
論理的にいきましょう。
a stalker of sorts.
この結果も分析通りだもん。
なんとかやり過ごせたか。桃地先輩の両親は健康食品メーカーを経営。プロテインなどを作っているという仕事から、人の
They
筋肉の
produce
構造
protein
などに
supplements
詳
that
しい。
explains the bodybuilding club
あ
part.
なた自身もいつしか人の体に
You
興味を
developed
持つよ
an
うになったん
interest
です
in
よね。
anatomy.
どうして？
調べ上げるのは得意なんです。桜崎先輩の足のことを語るあなたは紛れもなく獲
That
物を
look
捉
when
え
you
たハンタ
talked
ーの目
about
でしたよ。
Sakurazaki's legs like a hunter spotting prey.
僕と同じく10万人に1人かもしれない桜崎
His
先輩
legs
の
might be
足を
one
マーク
in.
していた。
Why is everybody so fixated on this guy's legs?
俺の足はそんなにすごいのか。
人の筋肉に詳しくメカにも強い。そんな桃地さんにお願いがあります。
She's looking at some legal trouble with this, so sure.
脅迫する気？
いえ、僕たちの利害は一致しているはずです。
それで桃地に何を頼んだんだ。
明日になればわかりますよ。今日は帰宅するとしましょう。
They're all obsessed with football, so legs made to play are very nice to say the least. I mean, I don't think that girl cares about
桜
football.
崎先輩から送られたアドレス。後で見てみるか。
Oma is the one who does.
そういえば、今日は病院で検査だった。
But I guess she cares about sports in general and bodybuilding. There are some battles I can do here, and I think I can quickly get them done in auto mode. Don't know if you like miss the chance to do them permanently. If you keep advancing the plot. Putting her on scouting duty, that would actually work pretty well, since she would know who would make for a good athlete. Hey, we have a fan already. This is a series where the first ever final boss was a fanboy named after the Greek goddess of love. Yeah, and that was a big shocker for me watching the anime as a kid, but I'm really glad it did that, because I think that was actually a formative experience for me. For one, I wasn't very used to seeing very effeminate male characters outside of that anime, Not to mention them being depicted as very like with very high status, like the final boss of the first entry is a really powerful player, and he destroys everybody. Oh, same for you. That's nice to know. Wait, these people think we are sumo clothes material.
遠慮しておきます他の人に声をかけてください
Flash against Flash, pure beauty.
なんとかやり過ごせたか
He was faint but scary, and that's also nice as from seeing most other media you would be used to seeing like feminine men being portrayed as a joke most of the time. Like almost all the time, I'd say. So that was a really nice change of pace. I also like that whenever you have a fanboy character in this series, nobody like calls attention to it, like, oh, that guy looks like a girl. I think it happens a couple times, but for most of it, they like the design speak for itself, which I appreciate.
宇宙と交信する姿もまた神秘どうやら君も
Wait, this guy's a level 7. What level am I at?
一緒に宇宙への夢を抱こうよ
Suddenly upping these stakes by having a special ult at stop time. I think that move is probably like top 5 the most remembered in the entire series. Which is a feat given it doesn't belong to a main character. I also need to take over to heal. If the game will let me. I think I'm lost. So the ultimate is not guaranteed to win. I might have to step in.
宇宙と交信一緒に宇宙への夢を抱こうよ
宇宙になど興味ありません
That guy said he wants to be abducted. Also, the aim does not go for the super attack on auto mode, which is weird.
言ったこともない奴が語るな
You remember Imperial Penguin? That's someone surely going to come up during this story mode.
あれ完全に興味なし
得るものはあったか
Auto mode is probably for grinding, yeah. But as long as I can get away for using it to clear these optional battles, I'll keep using it. Space Lab's messed up, there's worse ones out there. People are calling your lab a disgrace to the school. Also, Yumi Boss has joined the chat. And that's all we had for now. He's been watching the dance club videos. The other one has its own story, right? It does, but it's much looser than this one. As when are you doing something important, you're always just standing there. I will play a bit of the other mode towards the end of the stream so I can briefly explain what it's about. The eye patch tool using Imperial Penguin 1 until he coughs from recoil. That's also in this game, both the scene, the skill, and you can use the evil version of the character you're talking about as a player. Oh, there's a side quest somewhere in this map. It's Grand Magan. Real background characters in other people's stories. This is making me think of a PS3 RPG called White Knight Chronicles. That one had a fairly robust character creator, and when I tried it I thought your original character would be the protagonist, but he isn't. It's a totally different character, and your OC only joins as a mute party member. I think he's intended just to use them like the social online modes of the game. His eye patch as a whole let you see his eye when he was evil. Also his eye patch. Well, it might not be. He might have his other eye, but he could have some condition on it that he has to use the eye patch. Doesn't he make it into a telescope, the eye patch, I mean? As I think Kanado just started playing. If he didn't, you can let me know. The eye patch, I don't remember that scene. It might be only in the anime, I mostly remember the story from the games. Okay, so she meant to go to the hospital and it's way over there. I can't actually go to the hospital. I think I have to come here, then go to the hospital from this area.
君は南雲原の生徒なのにサッカーボールを蹴るような動きをしたよね。
すいません。あれは気にしないでください。
気にしないわけにはいかない。君にも見えるんだね。あのボールが。え？俺もエアボールを蹴って遊んだりするんだ。南
雲原中の卒業生ってことですか？
いや、そんなことはどうでもいいんだ。
Probably an ex-student.
サッカーへの思いがまたメラメラと来てしまったじゃないか。こうなれば俺のエアサッカーに付き合ってもらう。
運命がいつもやっているイメージサッカーだな。なんか面白そうだし、俺も付き合うぜ。
Oh, it's the same minigame from before.
さあ、どこからでも来い。いいじゃん。やるな。
Versus Man Who Lost Hope, that's a title for a side quest.
やるな。ほら、早く。
So the Bluefoot was not actually there, so they just have to imagine who's actually catching it.
いつでも来い。
来いキソジ、ナイス。これで満足しましたか？
ああ、楽しかったよ。
まあざっとこんなもんよ。
ありがとな。俺のエアサッカーに付き合ってくれて。また明日から少し頑張れそうだよ。
なんだったんだ？
さあ。
梅、お前病院に行かないといけなかったんじゃ。
あ、そうだ。でももう時間が。
Yeah, and I think I side quests also need me to be there.
じゃあここで解散ってことで。
うん。じゃあまた明日。ここ数日いろんな
Why
こと
am
が
I
あっ
still
た。
here?
頭も整理したいし、海の風に当たっていくか。
A fancy neighborhood. Nobody wants to hang out with Soji. His house sounds like a plan, cause your mom would be cool with it. She seemed nice at the hospital. Sakurazaki seems interested in Ume's mother. Isn't that the way to the hospital? Also, that yellow icon is probably a cat. You'll get something for petting them once. Let's go see maybe take down that Tenta Kraken.
イカクラーケンを倒すんだよ。あらまあ、初めてボスメッケモンに勝てたよ。
よかったですね。
Good for you.
これでやっとうちの孫娘のボスとの戦いを手伝えるね。
あ、おばあちゃん、こんなところにいた。もう最近あんまり家にいないから心配してたんだよ。
あらやだ。みーちゃんと一緒にイカクラーケンを倒したいからね。おばあちゃんも強くならないと。
ああ、イカクラーケンならもう倒したんだよ。今の敵はママ。
We're up against the Mother Gorgon. She's super scary, just like Mom.
おばあちゃん、一緒にどうぞ。
Let's be there together, Grandma. The boss or your mother?
坊や、本当にありがとうね。
Is this the end of it? There is another quest here, but I can't access it yet. Korea's family. I think in this case it's more like the Kraken family. This is giving me a warning, so I probably should go after that side quest first, which should be... in what direction actually? Because that will take me to the hospital. I was supposed to pass to that guy. Oh, because of the Gorgon hunting. Is there a Gorgon Pokemon? There is an exit this way, right? Yeah. Kratos kills a Gorgon in the first and the second games. I see, I had a copy of the third one, I just never played it. Interested in catching a thief, my sim boss burgers keep getting stolen. Think you should talk to the police for that. Though you've seen already that the police doesn't do a lot around the city. To give me a free burger if I do it for you. As I am hungry now. And now I have to talk to a bunch of people. Pizza Buzz Burger. Someone's clearly taking a bite. He doesn't kill a Gorgon in the third game. The head he carries around is from the sun god Helios. Yeah, I don't know a thing about God of War story.
あれさ、やめさせた方がよくない？
And there's another quest I thought to be part of the quest I'm doing now.
誤解される警察官のコスプレはやめた方がいいとは伝えたけど、サイレンジャーも不審者だろう。なぜ？
怪しい人を見つけたら近くにいる大人に言うんだよって前に言われたんだ。
なるほど。確かに普通の人が見たら怖がるかもしれないな。そのおじさんに注意しに行ってみるよ。
ありがとう。なんか面白そうだから俺もついてく。
I wonder if you can start a bunch of quests and have a bunch of NPCs following around, like you could do on Elder Scrolls. There is still a quest marker here, but I can see it on the map. Let me put that burger quest back on focus. If only I knew where you do that. I think it's here. Nope. Yeah, sure, I don't know how I change what side quests I'm focusing. Oh, it's here. Traded that kid for cash at the Yakuza headquarters. That wasn't my first thought. I jumped off too early. Nice. It's a cat, right?
はい。犯人はここに。
こんな盗め踏んじまってやる。
Knew it.
ご近所怪盗の正体はお腹を空かせた子供のために盗みを働く。
こいつらなんて可愛くってけなげなっていかんいかん。たとえ猫相手でも田中マートは盗みを許すようなやわな店じゃないんだ。
But you're gonna report the cat to the police?
ああ、全員まとめて田中マートに連行だ。
連行？
猫ちゃんたちが食うには海坊主マンは塩っ気が
I
濃す
see,
ぎ
going
る。
to adopt him.
おっちゃんが猫用のうまい。いや、臭い飯を食わせてやるからぜ。
つまりこの猫たちを保護するってことですか。素直じゃないですね。
Okay, and the other side quest is already in focus. There he is. If only I could jump over the fence.
Ke. ほら見ろ、ヒーローなんてのはテレビの中だけ。実際には弱えし、こんな風にやられちまうんだよ。ほんとっす、口だけ。バカみたいな格好して何もできねえじゃないかよ。ああ、なんだ？
I'll give it that it's a very silly costume with the...
お前たち、こいつのお仲間か？
Forgot to say that in English, the light thing on top of it.
3人で1人を袋叩き。
Looks like a buzzer.
ヒーローでなくともぶちのめしたくなりますね。
同感だ運命。この悪の雑魚戦闘員どもをぶちのめそうぜ。
I can auto-throw this one. Okay. Also, Sakurazaki was with me in the cutscene, but not in the actual battle. And I think I'll have to step in.
ヒーローになりきって悪を打つ。ヒーローにやられたくねえ。得るものはあったか。
覚えてやがれ。
Off they go.
お兄ちゃんたちかっこいい。それに比べてサイレンジャーはヒーローなのにかっこ悪い。大丈夫かい？こんなおばばを助けてくれてありがとうね、ヒーローさん。やられてちゃしょうがないよ。坊や、このヒーローさんはね、戦ってやられたんじゃないの。私が 暴力はダメって言ったものだか
I
ら
told him Valis is wrong, so he took all the seats without
殴られて
fighting
く
back.
れたんだよ。え、
私は帰ってきた。
I see.
おやまあ。
ちなみに私はヒーローに憧れ、小さい時より体を鍛え、空手7段、柔道6段と
So he was
バトル
fine.
にはなかなかに自信があるの
Did
だ。
we have to step in?
じゃあ本当は強いのに手を出さなかったってこと？そうか、それってなんかかっこいい。
おお、やはりそうか。実は私もそうではないかと思ってたところだ。
そもそもおばあちゃん、なんであいつらと揉めたんですか？
それはなんかね、偉そう
Did
に
she
歩
start
い
a
てたん
fight?
で。おいそこのチンピラ、お前らの大衆で空気が汚染されるんで消えなってつい言っちゃって。
ああ。
So now I can go back to the story, but I will take another break now. Once I come back, I think I'll do this next story bit and then switch to play some of the other modes while before the stream ends. So see you in a minute. Hi there. Feels like this is closing like the first arc, which is a nice for ending the playthrough for today. Oh yeah, there was that video.
空宮くん。
さあ始まります。無敵のライモンに九州の新鋭北洋学園はどこまで迫れるのか。
北洋は去年1年生ながら存在感を見せつけた空宮聖を中心にチームが再構成され、相当パワーアップしているようですよ。
That's saying. Tactic 3-pronged attack.
来るぞ、パーフェクトサッカーの北洋。合理的な教育プログラムによって各選手の戦術が
Also, they're calling this school Northbright, even though you can see in the background that it's called Hokuto. So not all school names are delocalized if you choose the random option.
極めて高く、中でも空宮聖は群を抜く。
これが今の空宮聖。
空宮。
決める。
And still well, by the way, it's nice to see like a sports anime with mostly no CGI, at least on the important bits. I've heard the horror stories about the, I think the second season of Blue Lock, about how the animation was like. Hey, but my monster's mastered every skill through natural athleticism and inherited talents.
やはりライモンといえば遠藤。デビュー戦とは思えない動き。お父さんに劣らぬ存在感。これは新しい伝説の予感がしますよ。
Like watching his father.
そうだ。そのまま駆け抜けろ、ハル。お前は全サッカープレイヤーを魅了し、皆がその後を追う。そんな存在になるんだ。
おっと、これは北陽遠藤に3、いや4人マーク。これは思い切りましたよ。
嘘だろ。
高いボールもらった。攻撃
へえ、早いね。
それみや潰せ。
なめるな。止まらない。一体いつだ。
見て。
And it's a goal.
遠藤遥か。
10番遠藤、圧巻の一人旅から見事なゴール。大門中、なんと開始1分で先制ゴールを決めました。
Intimidating out of his sucks. That's happened a few times in the anime, I think, where someone kicks so fast that the goalkeeper can't activate their special move in time. It is football without capital letters.
遠藤春、デビュー早々から王者の風格を見せてきたな。
圧倒的な強さ、存在感。選手として必要な素養をすべて持っている。でも彼は
Endo so isn't Mamoru Endo assim. Mamoru Endo was the main character from the original series. This character is his son.
なんということでしょう。今大会屈指の好カードとの前評判でしたが、終わってみれば6対0、圧倒的な結末。もはやライモンの牙城は誰にも崩せないのか。すでに引き上げているライモン中とは対照的に北陽イレブン、ピッチから動けません。
Usually it would be your protagonist Sinta that gets his story like this in the start of the game. But because we don't have one yet, we avoid that fate, it seems.
普通ねえレンさん。サッカーってさ、つまんなくない？
And I believe the scarf he wears is the same piece of cloth that his dad used as a headband. He's like inherited it. And he's somehow here at the beach. Think faster, homie.
ささなみ運命。俺は待ってる。君が俺のところにたどり着くのを。
One day you rise to face me.
無理だよ。あれ、弱気だね。
君は幻覚なんだよね。遠藤春の。
違うよ。俺は遠藤春じゃない。俺は
Football.
サッカーだ。
Guess it.
サッカー。君は俺に向かって歩き出した。いや、俺と一緒に歩いていくんだ。サッカーモンスター遠藤春を倒すために。
遠藤春を倒す？
とぼけても無駄だよ。君はとっくにそのことを望んでいるはずだ。
僕にはそんなところまで行けないよ。
そんなところってどんなところだよ。
だからそれはサッカーの
勇者になればいい。サッカーモンスターを倒せるサッカー勇者。
勇者？
Oh man, you really do have very dramatic hallucinations. Or he's just daydreaming of this.
共に歩く仲間と一緒に君は英雄になるんだ。
英雄になる。
それが君と俺の勝利への道。ビクトリーロードだ。
It's the logo. It would be cool if I was somehow able to play by the end of the game, but doesn't seem likely. Going by pattern recognition from the series, I'm almost sure that it's going to happen one way or the other. Umei will play football at the end in some way. It's not the first time we had like a character that that's like, yo, he has a condition, he might die if he plays football. That's happened, I think, several times before, actually. And the conclusion to that is something like, wow, he has the condition, but then he plays football anyway and it's fine, so never mind that. Suffering neurological problems from his heart deficiency. A good theory, actually.
もはやうちのスター。まあ可愛いし天才だし当然か。
でもあいつ大型新人すぎて近づけへんオーラ出してもうてるからな。そらそうと。
Like, I think there's a previous game where one of the characters, also how come she's hanging out in the boys' locker room? Wait, there was one where one of the characters goes blind during the story, but after we're done with the story, you can actually recruit that character for your thing and he can play just fine.
レンさん。
That one too, they were, I remember them being very dramatic about it, like if you use that technique again, he's gonna die or be permanently disabled or something, then he does it, and he has to be hospitalized, but he's back later. Might just be a football locker room. I know for a fact that she's a girl, because I see on the website.
確かに今のライモンは無敵だ。上昇のライモンに心が躍るような熱い試合はできなくなっている。サッカーの名門となったライモンには日本中から才能を持った者たちが集まり、プロの指導者による一流の練習が行われる。言ってしまえば強くて当たり前だ。だがな、ハル。25年前、弱小だったライモンをお前の親父さんがたった1年で日本一にしたように。
突如神聖のように新たな王者が現れないとは限らないですよね。
ああ。
レンさんはなんか勘違いしてるみたいですけど。
Not looking for a strong rival.
強いやつを求めてなんかいませんよ。
So that projection from Umi is very inaccurate to what is actually like.
友達が欲しいんですよ。
He's in crutches for a while, but he's back to the game just fine. Yeah, indeed, season after that, he actually joins the main team, the protagonist team.
ハルくんのおかげでただでさえ強いライモンがさらに強くなってしまいますね。
強いことは悪いことではない。だけどあまりにも光が強いと周りを焦がしてしまう可能性もある。彼の動向には注意していこ
う。はい、監督。
Oh, the cutscene went for so long that my controller disconnected. Oh, that's very intriguing for whenever I continue with this story next week, because as soon as I can, I'll save and go back to the main menu. Unless it's gonna railroad me into another minigame already.
これが自立駆動タイプの多機能人型デバイス UMPZ9 です。
ロボットでよくね。
サッカーの試合に関するいろんなアクションの練習ができますよ。
さすがです。これなら野球部との実際の試合をイメージした練習ができそうですね。桃地さんの試合練習システムを
Oh, we could have these robots be our actual teammates while we don't have actual humans for it. Just make a convincing like skin for them. So that's what I'll be doing next week. Now, before the stream ends, I want to show off the Chronicle mode for a bit. This mode has a button, but it's quite simplistic. And basically, you are from a like post-apocalyptic future. And in order to beat the threat that you're facing in the future, you are going back to the entire history of the series, and you are first you're replaying events from the past, and then you are recruiting the best players you can find for your team to face that threat in the future, which is the thing you make for your original character. In fact, you don't have to use the avatar if you don't want to. The captain can be anybody. It's split by seasons of the anime, and 3 of them are still not in the game. They will be added by updates in the future. So that's the batches of characters that are missing that I mentioned before. Of course, Altanuva, you mean... So you counted yet, I have this one. So I ended up not including a Frody on the team because it was already... I had it already set in stone by the time I got in. But he's kind of hearing spirit with his special move. I'll play a match with my team to show off how the football system is, the gameplay. I will say that this mode and I think all of the single player in this game in general has a big problem as of now, which is that the AI really isn't very smart and the matches feel too easy, even if your team is under-leveled. I even considered playing a online PvP match on the stream, but I found I really don't enjoy the PvP. So I'm hoping for a patch that adds a difficulty option, hopefully during my playthrough, but I'm not sure if there's ever gonna be something like that. It's likely because you're in the beginning. I wouldn't say so because I'm pretty... Yeah, already fairly advanced into this mode, so everything you face has multiple difficulty options, as you can see. In this one, all the players are level 89, which is almost max level, that's 99. So I would think it would be challenging, but it really isn't. Like, difficulty will inflate the stats of your opponents, but not really make things matter for the most part. So I will play this match against Raimo, missing a few members. Also, Frody is on Raimo in this match for story reasons. A lot of difficulty of Inazuma 11 came from asking you to win like 7. Oh. There was a thing like that in past games, not in this one, but you could get double experience from winning a match if you scored if you won 5-0 or a higher advantage than that. This game has a thing where if you score 4 goals in the first half and you don't get scored on, you can skip the second half, so you end the match faster. This was patched in as a response to people complaining that the matches here were boring. I'm not really a fan of that implementation because it's treating the symptom, not the problem. The problem was the AI is not challenging, so the matches are kinda boring. The solution was just to let you skip half of the match if you can overpower the AI. Now, I'll be referring to my players by name, so I'll quickly go over them. I'll do this with the mouse. Requirement to get the rewards, they basically force you to do it. I don't remember that being a thing in the games. I only remember that part of the double experience. But anyway, in this game, you'll never have to get such an absurd goal advantage. Maybe it was for an achievement or something. Oh yeah, I think there was... in some of the 3DS games you had achievements and you needed them if you wanted certain characters. And there probably was an achievement about getting an absurd goal lead like that one. But to be fair, you could probably just go for an easy thing and get that score. Right, so my team. On the attack, I have myself as the avatar. Then Virgo, and I'll be reading their bios on the right. She is a dreamy romantic lost in fairy tales and star-crossed love stories. Masara, the game calls her Masala, but I think it's a mistranslation. Anyway. Others envy her long straight hair, but all she wants is natural curls. I had to do versus everything in the tournament series. There was a thing like that where you had to get that 5-0 lead on everything in a series to get a special reward at the end. It might be that you're thinking of. Continue here on the midfield. Aister, IQ's little sister, uses her brother's calculations to play football with greater accuracy. IQ is a different character from this one's original team, but he's not in my team. Maya, she's the midfielder and the captain of Kyo, known throughout the engine for her stunning beauty. She was part of a villain team in the one season of the anime. Kinako, although the game considers her a midfielder in the formations, she's actually a defender. My team has a whole 5 defenders. Because I wanted a build like that. And that's a plot spoiler, but it's very well anyway. She is Faye's mother. Her cheeks are as soft as rice cake since she has an enduring love of football. 90 defense, Fuyuka. An old friend of Mamorendo's, quite bashful, but she's grown thanks to training. Maynard, she takes to the pitch in full media attire to heal tired teammates with her smile. That's actually talking about this mechanic where you have 3 coordinators. These are support characters, they don't get involved in the match, but they give your team buffs. Mayna is normally a coordinator, and if you place her here, she actually wears a maid outfit. But you can actually remove coordinators from this slot and use them as actual players. Continue the defense. Kirino, a player so striking in looks that's so mistaken for a girl. He's close with Shindo, that's another main character. He's part of one of the generations of Raimon, and so is Karia. A young boy with superb body balance, he has his size in lows, but is a good kid at heart. And finally, as the goalkeeper, Tomoka, sometimes she gets herself lost following interesting animals around. Over here are the reserve players, but I don't actually use them because basically I have them on the team, so I have a chance to drop some items that I need. But I don't actually use them. Kirino was on Kinoko's team. Yeah, and that was Raimon. They're both Raimon players. All these 3 are. Anyway, but it's from Raimon of another season. This is the older one. So let's play a match. By the way, my team is called the Mufflings. There's one called Maid Domain. It's a pawn with the word domain, which is pretty... should be pretty common to see. I want to be going too deep into like explaining the mechanics, because I'm sure the story will slowly introduce them with time. This is mostly just to show off my team. Kirino being the chosen of show off arc was funny. So that's very confusing for someone who doesn't know about that season, but I actually kind of like that part. Because there was a line in the game about like the characters were expecting Kinako to merge with Joan of Arc because I guess just because she was the only female player. But it ended up being Kirino. Because he was a better fit anyway. And let's do this. I'm trying to get into duels so I can show off some of my special moves. I don't have intention to go for a special shot. But now I think I can do it. They either hope pendulum sync from special moves being the only thing that matters to barely using this one. It depends of your build actually, I guess it's different from the demo. But in my experience, you do use special moves a lot. It's most that they are not so essential for scoring a goal anymore, because now goalkeepers have a health bar, you can actually see it up there on the screen. In previous games, you'd have to hit a very powerful special move to break into the goalkeeper's defense. It was no goal if you couldn't do that. In this one, you can like gradually wear it down with weaker shots. Let's go for another one. For example, you can have a build that's focused on getting a lot of tension. That's basically the MP in this game. So you can use a lot of special moves. You just like fight to get the goal, then want to score a goal. And I get one every so often, isn't it? Again, it goes by your strategy, like depends on what you think is more important to save your attention for. For example, you may not use special moves to kick, to shoot at the goal, and save them for defense, or vice versa. Oh, maybe I can go for a shot. I can try to go for a shot. But I have no tension for another move again. And he blows you a kiss. I think now I can make a chain. No tension again. I underestimate how much I have to spend. But it's another go anyway. They nerfed crit since in the balance since the balance in development. I've heard people say that the crit build was the most powerful one in the demo. They did nerf it. Like I think in the demo, if you got a crit, it was a guaranteed goal. Now it's just a big power boost, but doesn't guarantee a goal if you get a critical. And the opening song is playing. But if you make a critical build, you do want to save up on tension, because you need to have a certain tension threshold to have a chance to crit. So save that up and hope to score a crit one shot. Ouch. Okay, finally. Now to Choi Hyder. Welcome. Nice to see all these familiar faces from the times I watched the original anime. This game has so much fan service if you're a long time fan, because all the characters from all the seasons are here, or will eventually be here. Snowing Bus and that Butterfly Tower were OP in the second game since you could keep scoring from half the map. There are long shots, which is also I think in this game I can try to show it off. You can kick from anywhere in the map. The butterfly one is not a long shot though, if it's the one I think of. I just need some tension. Then I try to get into a duel like way over there. And there we go. Long shots are very powerful in this game as well, and I think they will be nerfed eventually, or at least they should. Is there enough time for me to let him go for a shot? Probably not. So let's do this instead. Let's get in the zone. I have enjoyed my time with it. I just wish the developers would add a difficult option now, because I think it's too easy as it is now. And it's over. The power quickly diminishes if you aren't doing chains. Not in this game actually. The power goes off if it's blocked by players of the opposing team. Just by distance, not so much, not in this game at least. That did happen in the 3DS games. Oh, I get an enabling for that. And that's a way to get new characters. Whenever you beat a team, you get a chance to drop players from that team. Honestly, I could go off about how the balance for the game currently is. Don't know if they're ever gonna get fixed. I just hope that the single player mode gets made more challenging. And then hopefully I'll get a chance to use my team like to its fullest. But this will be it for today. Next week I'll be back to the story mode. Also, I guess I can say it now. Next week I'll stream as normal. But after that I'm planning to skip 1 week of streaming. So basically end of year break. Next time I'll be deciding on that and I'll let you know. I'll make an announcement about it. And now I'll find somebody to raid. Tsunami is the one who has that long shot. He did use it a couple of times in the match. I was about to look for somebody playing Digimon because I still used to streaming that. Well, let's see if I find somebody who's playing Inazuma 11. Thanks, Krug. Thanks, Knight. I'm realizing now that this game really is not very popular among English VTubers. So anybody else I could rate? Okay, I'm well ending now. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Hope to see you next week. And have a good night. Oh, sorry, I almost missed your message. So laying that a bit. I saw English VTubers playing during the demo, maybe it went down since then when they cleared it. I don't know, I've been looking at the category and I haven't seen a lot of English VTubers. There's a lot of Japanese ones. Also, the raid is about to happen like automatically, so I should end now. So once again, hope to see you next week and have a good night.